He's going sniped. That's right. More testing to do. Literally came back from the grocery store the other day. Got a bunch of pings. Like, have you seen the new changes? I was like, fucking starting up OBS as we speak. Yeah. There we go. Hardest 15 pit on your evoker. Oof. Hi, Nizzy. It is 12:30 right now. A little late. A little bit late. But yeah, I want to do some Shaman to get us started. See how our actual direct heals feel. What was my chain heal set up? I do want to see if chain heal's any good. If I was playing Farseer, I would want flow. Chain heal's still meh? Okay. We'll try it out firsthand. I think I can go, yeah, DRE super important. I don't really feel like these are that important. Chain heal's still garbage? Yeah. That could be very well right. I just want to do it for myself, you know? That way I can see firsthand. That way I can see it all firsthand. Kind of thinking about like how I would get Healing Rain, but maybe we'll just skip it for now. Maybe we'll just skip it for now. Hi, an Oracle. Where are we going? They want to do Algathar. Ah, that's easy warm-up key. That's a nice warm-up key. Get us going. Play Chain Heal and Raid, man. It's so weird because Shaman's not alone in this. They've been buffing like Chain Heal and Healing Wave at the same like level, right? You know, what was it, like 15% buff for Healing Wave and Chain Heal? They're doing the same thing for Holy Priest. I think they had like 12% for Flash Heal and for Prayer of Healing. So they keep like getting brought up together. But a lot of times you want an advantage for casting the Chain Heal, you know? We'll see though. We'll see. I don't know what else they could do talent-wise to like encourage you to cast Chain Heal. But it should just, I don't know, it feels wrong, especially after all the pruning they've done for Shaman, if you were just to like not ever cast Chain Heal or not ever cast Healing Rain or something like that. It just seems wrong. Yeah, exactly. They would need something like High Tide, but they don't want to have those things, so HPriest was feeling a lot better. HPriest was feeling a lot better. Downside is that you have to still cast Holy Light. And I like proposed, I'm like, what if we didn't have Holy Light? And people were like, no, we want Holy Light, but we don't want to cast. But some of us do want to cast. I was like, all right. I was just suggesting. Yeah. But that's kind of how it goes when people have been playing the game long enough. There's certain things that they love and other things they hate, you know, and so everyone has something different. I don't think Shaman is bad anymore. Yeah. I think it used to be. But I think it's just kind of gotten steady, like, positive changes for a good chunk of time. So, like Holy Light and Power Spell, that'd be kind of interesting. I mean, it would be like a flash, but if you, like, held flash longer, it would be stronger kind of thing. You know, maybe they just call it, like, Holy Light in general, get rid of flash, and then you can either hit it really quick, instant cast an infusion proc, or you hold it down. I don't know. There's something there. I think it's just so weird that you have 4 different single target heal spells. Hi, Peter. There's something there. Halo nerf, feel like it really wasn't needed. Yeah, I was so confused by that, Dennis. I kept looking around for logs. I was like, where are these Archon logs that are doing tons of healing? And like, I didn't find them. I'm like, why are we nerfing Archon's Halo? Yeah. How you doing, Thomas? New Ascendance is pretty sick. I'm with you on that one. It's actually some gaming to do. Vital, thank you for the 5 gifted Zorons, C, Swaffle, Jazzhead, and Grooves McMoves, dude. Thank you, man. Big winners, big losers for heals and beta so far. I think Disc is headed towards that winner category. Druid's definitely a big winner right now. Definitely a big winner right now. Shaman was kind of like the loser category for a while, but I think it's getting better. Paladin's in like decent shape. I think it's improving. Big boy Joy, thank you for the 9 months. I'd be kind of surprised if, you know, like Prez got to like a meta level for keys or something like that, but it looks like super good for raid. Holy Priest, I'm kind of on the fence about. There's certain aspects I really like with how they're trying to change around your healing for M+, but also at the same time, they kind of just like kill the potential for different builds, which is really aggravating. Because Archon's kind of trending towards being really built on doing like a lot of direct healing, and Oracle doing like a little more passive healing, you know, kind of leans one way or leans another. And then they're just like trying to go out of their way to kill off Archon. It's very, very strange. Very, very strange. Running into problems trying to play PTR. I don't think there's any PTR available, Jax, because this is the beta, which is a different thing. Yeah. Moving across the country, but I'm too lazy to plan it. Just toss everything in your car and drive, man. Easy. It's wild that President met every season considering his whole kit's made for 5-mans. Well, it's always done really good healing for dungeons. I think the fact that it's not giving you different ways to like increase your party's damage. You know, the raid buff they bring to the table is movement speed, which is like, eh, whatever. Mageport to San Fran. Enjoy the drive, dude. It's a big ass country. There's a bunch of stuff on the way. You could like plan it like a vacation, take a couple extra days to do the whole journey, you know? Oh, you can play Devour on PTR? Interesting. Well, today I learned. Relog real fast. You finally got time to watch it. Thanks, Vital. That was an interesting one. Stat prio for Shaman? I think I was trying to do a lot of crit and verse. My haste is pretty low. My haste is pretty damn low. Let me see. Some of my mouse buttons were working, and now they're not working. There we go. WWE Raw. We got a hockey game. Honestly, I really just thought like we crossed wires and like I was trying to bring up, I don't know, skill for rating, which was like the whole talking point for the last Race to World first. And then like I don't know. We just crossed our wires. Our Shaman dumpster gameplay, it's gotten better each week. There's like a little bit of extra they've added each week. I feel like they need like one more thing. Still seems like a little too easy.
For the glory of the dragons.
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the
We're communicating effectively, basically talking past each other. Yeah, I suppose so.
Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
these lashers
I just don't know what else I could have like said to make my point clear, and I think that was the frustrating part. Was like he kept saying like raiding is just about doing lots of healing, and I was like, well, I think it's more than that. You know, we have to do a lot of mechanics while you're healing, and then we kind of got into like a healer damage conversation, and I don't really know how that happened. And then I got like a bunch of like super nasty messages and everything afterwards. So I was like, okay. It was very confusing to me because I feel like all of the Race to World First was talking about like how difficult it is to bring in new healers and get them playing at a World First level, maximizing their output and doing mechanics well. And everyone's like, yeah, that's super important.
What are you doing?
No. Yeah, the nasty comments did get pretty neckbeardy.
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Yep. It was just weird. I mean, my tweet today, I don't know what it is. I just like, I thought I was good at communicating. But I guess not. Because like even my tweet today, I was like, hey, I feel like for casual CE guilds, it'd be better if they didn't just smash their face into raid, you know, all the time and all their raid hours. Because there's a lot of benefit to doing keys early in the season. So what if they did more keys early in the season? And then I had like CE raiders and like Hall of Fame raiders being like, what are you talking about? We're raiding into raid time. It's like, wait, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Where is my button? There it is. Either make damage part. I thought I enjoyed raiding so I could focus on healing, which was like that in M+. Yeah, sometimes it is. Just because I agree on your POV, I think your point was clear. Yeah, I thought mine was too, but at the end of the day, it's like if the receiver doesn't, you know, get it, right? Then you did something wrong. But I think the part that bothers me is I'm like, I just don't know what I could like have said differently to get my point across, you know? Because it's never fun like being misinterpreted or something, right? Any opinion that's different immediately is responded to with insults. Oh yeah. Oh my god, yeah. And I mean, I've just seen like a lot of nasty comments and like about many different people that have been on like the Potty C and stuff. It's fucking rough out there. I am glad my comments are not like that. It looks like it's going to be pretty easy for the World First race because you're going to have a dedicated Heroic Week. You'll have a dedicated Heroic Week, and then during that Heroic Week time, maybe like World First Raiders will go on site for an event. Maybe not. But then the next week starts 2 of the Mythic Raids, and then the week after it starts the next Mythic Raid. Obviously talks to people everywhere, but healer mains are more polite. I think so too. I feel like there was also a lot of like DPS mains who were like, oh my god, healer talking. Even though that was the whole episode. Yeah. Parsing Shaman was great for DPS versus Totemic. All healer damage is kind of awful right now in beta. It's pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, Anna. Is the Whitebird mount? I'll keep an eye out for it. I didn't see what it was. I said it's a current. Yeah, I'm doing a third of the damage the tank is. Oof. Doing great, Bob, but what's going on, man? We're seeing how Shaman is doing after all the buffs they got. I guess rebalancing. Whatever you're gonna call it. Only healer that can do damage, most because they have an actual DPS CD to use. Yep. There's a lot of like weird imbalance going on. Yeah, like disc mana. Paladins kind of run out of mana in beta. Yeah, Paladins kind of run out of mana in beta because they have to spend so much time casting Holy Light if something goes wrong. It's kind of like when you're playing Paladin, it's like a battle between like trying to heal very efficiently and reducing the amount of times that you actually have to cast Holy Light. And like the worse that things get, the more that people stand in stuff or take unexpected damage, the more you have to lean on casting the Holy Lights. Yeah. Nah, we're gonna do HPriest today. We're doing Shaman, HPriest, and Druid today. Well, no Druid's fine. That's true. Yeah, they only got a couple changes, like some splash healing changes, I think is what it was for their Apex talent, I want to say. Yeah, HPriest, like, has to care about mana. I'm gonna see today how Prayer of Healing feels. But after they nerfed Archon, I really just don't see a scenario where you could really be playing that either in keys or in raids. It's kind of irritating. Play Holy Druid until then. Druids can't be everything. There we go. The side healer damage should be half the tank damage. It's another skill for healers to get good at. Now it doesn't seem to matter at all. Yeah, it needs to be much higher. I'm not sure what the exact number needs to be, but it needs to have some kind of sweet spot where you actually feel like you're rewarded for doing damage as a healer. Because at the moment, you definitely are not. Like, I just want to sweat up doing damage in this run just to show you how much it, like, doesn't matter in its current form. We'll sell tickets, Luminos. We'll sell tickets, man. The first boss mythic. Oh, like the tic-tac-toe boss? That one was pretty fun. There was a lot to heal. There was a lot to heal out there. Smite's absorb default? Nah, it's still a talent. It's Sanctuary, I think is what it's called. They did just make a couple changes. I saw a Wowhead post about it that like just happened. So maybe we'll play some disc today. But it felt like my atonement was like just a little too weak. I don't know what they did to that like new modifier change, because it used to be that you would just do a flat X% more atonement healing in a dungeon. But now they've changed it so like at lower group sizes you do more atonement healing. It's a really vague wording. But it feels like it's a little too weak right now. But maybe it's also because like the Apex talent's really strong, and maybe the Apex talent needs to be less strong. And then they add like some different buffs to compensate or something like that for your atonement. I don't know. It just feels kind of like off. Your shields feel really good. Even like direct penance feels really good when you need to do spot healing as like Oracle and stuff. Your dots do a lot of damage, in fact, which is really wild. But even running like a Void Weaver expiation build, it still feels like a little too weak. Yeah. I have to see what actual effects those were, Spy. It was a little odd with the...
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time.
There we go.
Since I've been here. I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
Damn, I don't even need to hit Ascendance. Everything's dead. Cannot move the HP bars even when you're trying hardest, Shaman. This is kind of our warm-up key, so I guess we'll see.
An arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc.
I know they like nerfed the proc rate for Stormstream Totem, but it almost feels like I have a higher chance. It's very strange. Maybe I'm just noticing it more because of I'm using Ancestral Swiftness on cooldown. I don't know.
Fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane ores that could allow it to
Oh, fuck.
out of control. Veximus began manifesting powerful arcane bombs in order to drive back the dragons.
Wait for mine to fall off. Soaky soak. I forgot to assign my dispel somehow.
Dragons neared victory. Veximus unleashed its full arcane power against them.
I think I do, Saito. If you check my YouTube, I usually will like label everything that I'm playing, what I'm doing. Whoa.
tried its best to defeat the dragons. It was ultimately destroyed.
Quick keybind mode. Where is it? Where is this stupid dispel? What is it called? There we go. W, found it. I say Shaman's stronger than Disc? That's a good question. I don't think so, but I think it's kind of close. It's kind of tough because, like, when you get ahead of it, when you get your you get like your shields up before incoming damage, you just soak up so much with Void Shield. And Shaman is definitely more straightforward. That is true. Yeah. I think I just got like double tapped with surges. I think it was 2. I wish I had a little death log. Oh, that was actually just 1 surge. Wow. Just deathlock on details. Oh wait, yep. What can you do, man? Austin Trail Lights this weekend. Oh, that's sick, man. I went to the Christmas Bazaar, the Armadillo Christmas Bazaar. It was really cool. It was like a Christmas market that they had in the Palmer Event Center. There was a lot of really cool art there, and I wanted to get some, but it was also like $1,000 for like a, you know, something that might cover a big chunk of like the wall. And I was like, I like art, but you know, it was like a textured rectangle. I didn't see it go into any charity or anything. I think it's just, you know, people supporting themselves and stuff. And I was like, damn, I want to support some artists, but that's a lot. Yep. I hope so too, Antonio. They're doing more stuff with the UI all the time, but like, you know, are we gonna get there in time? Stop streaming to be an artist? Nope. Bro, you do not want to see my artistry. It's rough. Would either recommend going in midnight for plebs like me just getting into M+? It's still early. That's the struggle, man. I wish I had a good definitive answer for you, but like, I don't know, maybe like Druid or maybe Shaman, either's that are on the easier side but are still powerful. But like, so much can change. So much can change. I don't really think I would recommend Flame Shaper to a new player. Yeah. You redeemed a drawing of a llama from me almost 2 years ago. Oh. Don't worry, it's coming, llama. It's coming. Maybe I gotta do what Kalmazi's doing and just make ornaments for people. Hang them on the tree. It's in the mail? Yeah, it's on its way.
Hello guys and live. Super Jack.
Yo, how you doing, Jeff? Thank you for the 3 years, man. Anything really different? Nope. Same kind of spiel. You get a damage buff. Oh, was it always haste? Maybe that's new. I thought it was just a raw damage buff. But now this says haste. Let me ask them. Didn't it used to be a damage buff? And now it's haste? They changed it recently. Might have been in this build. Oh, well, there you go. How you been, Artie? Well, something is different with the boss. Ooh. There you go. I am vibing, man. You been playing any beta at all? It's supposed to explode at 4 and not 3. Ah, interesting. Yeah, okay, so I thought it was like, it used to be the raw damage buff. Yeah. Flame Shaper's a decent bit different. You don't have Life Bond anymore. You don't have Spirit Bloom anymore. You kind of have your instant Spirit Blooms out of your Apex talent, which is really, really fun. I think it's really, really fun. I think it's just a lot more straightforward. Last time you raided in a guild till the season end. I always do that, yeah. I don't stream my raids, but I raid every Tuesday night. Yeah. If you want to see like any of my logs or something like that, they're right here. But I've been doing plenty of dimmies. I missed 2 weeks ago because I was flying for Thanksgiving. Get bored of it? I kind of treat it like a social hour. Like the content itself is not super interesting, but like getting to hang out with the buddies and everything and just talk shit was nice. Let's see. You said you had a healer coming? Hard to get good logs in Dimmy with the amount of HPS we're doing. Oh yeah. The way that they've changed around rating and everything, it's a lot different for trying to get like good healer parses and stuff. So I'm like, I'm not stressing about it. What kind of happens is like, if you do enough farm content, there's always going to be some time where like one healer might die or some people like trigger a mechanic and take a bunch of extra damage. And like, then you kind of hit, you know? But that hasn't really happened on Dimmy. I got a high parse because, you know, there weren't that many holy priests that killed it the first time. And I was like, yay, you know? But on like Salad Bar, I think this week, December 9th, was actually the first week I went to the left side. And so like, yeah, I did a little more healing. But like, all the other healers still stayed alive. So, you know, it's tough. Fractilis, you know, like we always just overheal the shit out of this fight. So it's like, yeah, whatever, you know? I'm not stressing about it. So we're still top 20 though. We take those. Some classes can't snipe well, like HPriest Evoker heals so many targets as HPal can't do much. That's true. You also don't have overheal redirect, Dylan, like I do. Like Holy Priest has overheal redirect. This does as well. So like I could just mash out my healing cooldowns and they'll be more efficient than you. So yeah. A lot of times, like, healer parsing will be helpful for you getting into, like, higher guilds to show you have the potential to, like, blast a lot of healing. But, like, it doesn't... Like, once you're in, like, I think a Hall of Fame guild, they're usually not that relevant on, like, a raw output basis, you know? At that point, it's then, like, okay, how well are you surviving on fights? How well are you, like, learning the encounters, doing maximum HPS? I mean, it's literally the Potty C argument, right? It's... high-end rating becomes a lot more on just doing lots of HPS, and it becomes how well can you do lots of HPS while doing mechanics, you know? I agree, it's a shame vomit. I agree. How you doing, Naru? It's worth put it into practice on live servers. Playstyle's not changing. I'm great at Priest Evoker, not too comfortable in hard content with other classes. You can start getting like familiar with them, Drabussy, but you don't really need to like do high-end content in Season 3 right now to get ready for the future. Hey, you bet, Saba. Welcome into the stream, man. Situational awareness, yeah. And like situational awareness has a lot of importance in keys and like doing crowd control or inferring who gets targeted by what and like how you're going to set up your healing, how you organize your healing cooldowns. A lot of it on live is like looking at your team's defensives or offensives as well, and then thinking about when they use those, how do you use your healing cooldowns, you know? So like there's different skill sets, but it all kind of boils down to like situational awareness. Yeah. Don't think I'll get CE this season. Just got with a group of old friends. We started Mythic rating 42 days ago, but we're already 5-8. Oh, that's sick. It's, I mean, you have time, but it's also, you know, going to be kind of a slog at first. Yeah, Chain Heal was okay, but this is kind of like a warm-up dungeon. I didn't really expect to do a lot of healing here. Yeah. CE through Jaina and Nazoth. I just don't have the time to do all the chores, so I keep getting benched in my guilds. I feel you, dude. That's kind of what I was thinking about in my tweet today, was like, just signing on to a raiding guild is so much more than just committing to like, you know, it's 12 hours a week or 8 hours a week or whatever. It's all the extra time that also gets into it too. Oh yeah, I was just saying, parses will help you like get into those guilds and stuff, Dylan, but they're not the end all be all, you know, in terms of like your player skill. It was like the potty C argument I was trying to make. It's that like having good awareness, having really good awareness, having really good understanding of like what's going on makes like all the difference in the world, and like exhibiting skill as like a healer and all that kind of stuff, you know. 9% of guilds I see only raid log and won't do M+, just raid log and never see him again. Right, and I think that's like the frustrating thing, is that I think a lot of guilds will be like more successful, especially early in the season, if they like are taking some of the raid time to do those early chores, you know? I think that actually would help a lot. I swear, I have to like re-log before every dungeon. I think that's what's actually fixing it. Disc and Holy compared to live? I think both of them are improving, but they're also kind of like going off track. It's kind of like some wins, some losses. You're like, oh yeah, you're doing the right thing, and then they kind of steer off the trail and they get off track. You're like, wait, stop, go back. You're like, you were doing great, keep going back. You know, they're kind of getting out of the what the fuck spot, in my opinion. The disc changes, I think, very, you know, they're no longer in what the fuck. Holy is kind of, you know, it's trying to get out of the what the fuck spot. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Yeah. Why can I not Riptide? I can Riptide you. I can Riptide you. Why can I not Riptide myself? Self-cast? No. Now I can. It's so weird. Alright, well my buttons work. I'm having some weird bugs on beta where like sometimes my mouse buttons are not actually functioning to cast heals on people. And so I had this a couple days ago where it was like, they were just not working. And I keep on relogging every time. Yeah. I think Shaman's going pretty well. I think it's like a slightly too basic. I want like one other buff to track or one other thing to think about. I'm using click right now, and I'm using click casting. So like mouse button 4 to apply the Riptide, you know? Click opening the in-game click casting and hitting save should get things working again. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know what it is either. I did that on the last dungeon, and then this one I relogged and that worked too. Yeah. Think they turned the game too basic because of Fellowship? No, I think that... Oh, actually, you know what I really think that it is? I think Blizzard is trying to have Midnight be the, like, game that the expansion that brings a lot of people into playing WoW for the first time, and they want to make sure that the content and like the way you play your classes is like straightforward enough so that new players can understand it. And then this is going to be kind of like the start of a new cycle where they'll steadily add some more difficulty and some more thought and like some more challenge to classes over time. So they did like a deep pruning before, And now they're going to start a new cycle of like power creep and like extra cognitive load, stuff like that. Yeah. Fellowship's not that popular. If you look at the numbers, was a very vocal part of the community that was into it, but not many people are actually playing it, relatively speaking. Yeah, and I think part of that is people viewing it as like a, like, oh, well, like I have WoW already, you know? I think a lot of people didn't even try it, to be honest. But I would not be surprised if Fellowship like keeps on kind of chipping away and like growing over time. It didn't help that the server issue like really kind of killed it for people, you know? Most favorite, most hated? I don't know if I have like really strong hatred for any dungeon, to be honest. I think Seat has actually been pretty fun. I'm kind of bored with Algathar personally, but I don't think it's like, oh my god, I hate running it. I kind of wish we would get another. Well, next week we'll get, you know, Nexus Point and all the other ones again. Yeah, I'm kind of bored of Algathar, but that's just because I've done it so much. I really like Seat. My Zara's interesting. It has some annoying parts and some good parts. How you doing, UT? Let's not act like pruning wasn't called for by the community. People have been talking about bloat in the game for a while. That's true. I especially have been talking about bloat for a while. But I think there's also a difference between like removing bloat and then removing like challenge for specs. I would love it if Season 1 was all new dungeons, man. That'd be sick. Feel weird not to have a kick now? Oh, I have a kick. I'm playing Shaman. I got a kick. Don't worry about me. Can't see anything. Oh, yo, what a beauty. Drew is the right kind of pruning and Shaman was the wrong. I could see that, yeah. I think that's a good way to put it. Especially with how much they've kind of gone back in the Shaman pruning, you know? Too many buttons for Shaman? I know. Casting Chain Heal. Is there anything that is like not properly tracked for VDH? Just making the healing look bigger? Chain Heal's been okay. It's not bad. Doesn't feel great, but it's not as like awful as it was before. New route or That's very true, Danny. There are so many other totems and buttons to press. Yep. Decouple Ascendance and Healing Tide. Not more healers get a similar treatment. It seems like they just didn't. Yeah, and Shaman, I feel like, has been getting a lot of, like, not great changes for a long time in War Within. Wind Chakram. Damn. I gotta work on how I can better do that. That'll be instant death later. Yeah, the lizard table and have another round table. I probably will. I don't know when, but I probably will soon. Any add-ons left midnight? Yeah, there's a lot of add-on development going on, and there's a lot of add-ons like LVUI that were saying that they were not going to be around long term, and now they're kind of coming back, and they're saying, yeah, we are going to develop them. So it's honestly been getting better for the add-on situation. There's still a lot of problems. It's not like mission accomplished or anything, but the situation is less dire than it was before. Like Cell's coming back. Cell was like not sure for a while if they were going to do it, and now they've said, yeah, we are going to do it. All right, now I'm feeling less good about Chain Heal. Yeah, LVUI, Cell, they're going to be coming back. All right, that fight may be a lot more stinker on Chain Heal. A lot more. Beta's all the same, Samson. Yeah, we're all put on the same realms. So Gingy's probably playing with like 130 MS or something like that. But you're right, Spy. NA is the best. USA #1. All right. W. Can't wait till someday we put all the realms together, man. Yeah, so the Cell developer even said that there would be more bare bones tools. It would look a lot different, show different information, all that stuff. So it'll be a different beast entirely. But it will technically be there, you know? It will technically be there. And it'll be called Cell. Just remind me after the run, Vulcan. I can check it for you then. First to the moon, first to Cahoon. Yeah, buddy. I would be so upset if that was not real. And I could definitely see the scenario where it would not be real. It runs logged? I usually am not running logs. I can show you how to look them up, though, if you want. Like, just look up logs in general. Yeah. We are... I think it's like 276, which is like heroic-ish geared. Best of us. I think 263. So maybe we are... Yeah, we're actually like beginning of mythic gear. Beginning of mythic gear. Like not upgraded or anything yet. Ooh. AT is gonna be rough. Maybe. So what they do every time in beta is they always make the dungeons a lot harder in beta than they end up being on live. And we don't really know how severe the nerfs are going to be for the dungeons. It's very possible that 18s could be like super difficult, but I also wouldn't be too surprised if they were like easier than they're going to be currently in beta. Because it seems like they want to make sure it's like a goal that people can like strive for and everything. And not be like too stressed out trying to get. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they made 18s like a decent challenge, but not absurd. Because I mean, we definitely had times where, you know, we were doing like 30s and everything like that in Dragonflight Season 3 or something like that. You know, they allowed a lot of key inflation. Still not like 18 is gonna be a big carrot. You don't really lose much from doing a lower key. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. I think it's a nice option that will exist, or it does exist. Yep, massive improvements, Fluffy. Massive improvements on the stock Blizzard frames. Technology you'd never even seen before. It's happening. Alright, we're dropping the chain heal build after this, by the way. I'm running like all the chain heal talents. And I'm just not moving health bars enough. I'm like, I got every modifier. I got every button, right? I'd say like fist weaving is good, but it was like dirty, nasty OP, and now it's just kind of like, eh, it's okay. It's okay. I did not make it. Damn. Yep, you did. You guys definitely, you guys in chat told me that chain heal was bad. I just wanted to see it with my own eyes, you know? I wanna make sure that I'm like as educated as I can be. I'm gonna hate on something. Yeah. Totemic's chain heals are definitely weak, but they also have the added benefit of like, you're casting the totem, which does a ton of healing, and you're casting the chain heal, it does like a little bit. So it's like kind of multiple events going on at once to help you out. I didn't want him to cheat there. Yeah. New short about how bad chain heal is? Sure. Listen, Pally's got buffs after my short about how bad Paladin's output was. Fuck it, I'll keep trying it until it stops working. You know? Yo, Fluffy, thank you for the 2 months, dude. Welcome back, welcome back. This is all base UI, yeah. See, you hit it and like the health bar doesn't move. Pally felt good after the buffs. I mean, you still have to cast Holy Light, but it did feel good to play. Yeah, I played a couple different times over the years with base UI. I did some like 0 to hero challenges. I've done like some alphas, like they didn't have any add-ons available over the years, so I've played with it a few different times with no add-ons. I would say most classes that I played have something on their cooldown manager or like buff tracker section that's like kind of goofy. I certainly think being able to individually adjust some of the sizes of the buffs for tracking would also be really nice. I like that we can change like the order of some of the things. That Riptides that you throw out, that's not Chain Heal, seems kind of boring to play. Well, I'm also running the talent that munches your Riptide to make your Chain Heal hit harder, and it really does not make it hit that much harder. that's 30%, you know, harder. It's not doing much. Was Chain Harvest the one that applied Riptides to everybody? It was like a Chain Heal that also applied it to everybody. That shit was fun. That shit was really fun. And Flame Shock to enemies, yeah. I feel like it's such a super fun ability. I'll show you how to look up beta logs right after this. I'll show you how to right after this. Just open up Warcraft logs and I'll guide you from there afterwards. Yeah, I think you're still in the spam healing wave mode. Yeah, it feels like we're kind of overdue for a tank balance patch. I don't know what they need to do to the other tanks, but a lot of tanks feel invincible, you know, minus like Prop Alley, but also just like, why would you not just run on VDH, you know? Yeah, I've been playing some totemic builds that lean really heavily into Downpour. And so if you can have a stacked pile of players with your Surging Totem under them and hit Downpour, it does a ton of healing. The question is just whether or not you can get people stacked up inside a healing range to take advantage of it. But if you could, then, you know, mega W. So good. Yeah. Yo, thanks, Dylan. Exclamation mark playlists got you. Or about short furniture by mistake. About a cupboard that I thought was normal size. It was below your hip. I've not. But I've also not bought a lot of furniture, to be honest. I just got this cabinet behind me. I put that together over the weekend. IKEA? Nah, this one is something off Amazon. Something off Amazon. Dude, it is a pain in the ass buying furniture, though. I'm with you 100%. And I'm trying to like look up furniture online. I'm like, what do men have for furniture on their walls? It's all like grind and struggle and anger type stuff. And I'm like, okay, man. Furniture buying tier list. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need that. Oh, dude, there's like 40 steps to put this cabinet together. There's like 40 things. So it's a roll between. Yep. DK talents. Yeah, I had a friend come over to help me put together my desk. I was like, I fucking suck at this. It took us like 3 hours to do it. All right, if you want to find beta logs, click on raids. Go to Manaforge Omega, click on all reports. And then it says Warcraft log, zone, reports, zone 44. So change the 44 to a 47. And then that shows you the M+ logs. And I'll just link it in chat for you. And then if you want to find the raid logs, set it to 48. And then that's the raid logs. With words I thought I'd never speak. Special edition hardcover books in my decorations. Oh, I did, Mavi. Oh, I did. Oh, yeah. I'll show you. You guys want to see some special edition hardcover books? Oh, it lights up. Yeah, it lights up. Yeah. And then it opens. It opens. It goes... These are the first two, well, these are the 2 volumes of the Stormlight Archive. Leatherbound. Seraphita got these for me. And they have pretty pictures. Very pretty pictures. Yep. Kaladin. Kaladin and Sylv. Yep. Yeah, there you go, Xania. Yeah. Here you go. Pretty snazzy. Yeah. So Seraphita got these for me. It was part of a Kickstarter campaign they did. And so she gifted me the 2 volumes of The Way of Kings. And it's some big text, too. It's, like, huge. But I kept this all shrink-wrapped for the longest time because I didn't have anywhere to put it. Until now. Yeah, I got a couple things in there. Someone sitting. Thank you for the prime, dude. I have a couple things in there. And it like lights up and everything when you get near it. You can also just leave it lit the entire time too if you wanted. Let's kind of see which one I like. Maybe some 40k figurines. I'm gonna ask my nephew for one, and then I'll keep that in the background because he likes painting Warhammer. He's really, really into it. Yeah. But I think Shaman's feeling pretty good. Chain Heal is not feeling good. Like when you're doing low enough keys, when you do low enough keys, you might be like, oh yeah, it's fine. It's no biggie, you know? You can Chain Heal. But then when you start doing like actually challenging keys, you're just not doing enough output. Let's go. I see Stormlight I sub. Thank you, King. I appreciate you, man. Let me wait for ads to be over. I think Dylan's in ad prison. Yeah, I have an enormous collection of books. So what I'm doing is I'm always putting whatever book I'm reading in the background. And the book I just finished is it technically the Great Leveler series? It's Joe Abercrombie. I forget what the actual series is called. I don't know if there's a specific name for this trilogy. But it's called Best Served Cold. It's like a revenge tale. So it's after the First Law. So First Law trilogy I kind of think of as like kind of similar to Game of Thrones. But then this next trilogy I'm on right now is like what happens to all the side characters? Like what's going on with these side characters that like didn't really have a huge role? And it kind of goes pretty deep into like what they're up to. Some of them become, you know, main characters or super important people in the universe. Other people are still kind of relegated to being side characters. It's really good. I'm reading The Heroes right now, which is it's one book and it's like 3 days of a huge battle. I love it. I love it right now. Yeah. But Dylan, thank you again for the Prime, man. You still not expand the meters? You can kind of do this. Llama, thank you for the 10 months. You can kind of like expand it like that, but that's about as far as it goes. It's kind of about as far as it goes. Hey. Oh, yeah, you can't, like, expand it. Yeah, correct. You can't, like, expand it and be like, oh, yeah, you know, I click on this person, I click on that person. Yeah. Oh, dude, Glocta is my favorite character, Xania. I'm kind of sad that the series doesn't have, you know, Glocta in any way. You know, he's out there manipulating things, but, you know, he's not in the mix. Sometimes, Fivitos. Sometimes, man. If you're on your best behavior. I think Shaman feels really strong. Yo. Chain Heal just like does not feel that good, you know? Enthusiasm on your face, you describe the book as priceless. People yeah, they really don't read enough Helios. I love it, man. It's fun. It's really fun. Monk Keys next. I think I'm gonna do another Shaman Key or two. And then a little bit of Holy Priest. And then maybe some Druid after that, but maybe Monk. Kind of want to just confirm that not much has changed for Druid, and it's still super strong. How do I pronounce this? Is it Theus? I think it's Theus. Thank you for the new sub, dude. I'm kicking off the hype train. What's the most damage healer? I would say all healer damage, Sergey, sucks. But the only one that does, like, okay damage is Druid. But all the healers do, like, critically low amounts of damage. Thoughts on more classes, faster dungeon cadence, more dungeon added going forward. The mid-end of season lull could be solved if there was more. That'd be nice. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I think you're correct that like there needs to be something in the middle of the expansion to kind of jazz things up some more. I kind of got over the turbo boost. Like, I like that it was a surprise, but then when it was expected, I didn't enjoy it as much. Yeah. I think there's a sweet spot where like healer damage can be a reward for like when you top everybody off, but not be so low that it doesn't even feel like it's worth doing. Because right now, you know, I'm actually trying to add damage in these runs, and I'm just doing piss low amounts of DPS. Just like so low. It's like so low. Yeah, I got you, comic. So I don't know. There's some kind of sweet spot there. I don't want it to be like healers are only brought based on who does the most damage. But I want there to be, you know, some kind of like value to it. Healers doing less damage can make them put resources into actually balancing the dungeon enemy health pools. Surely they will, right? Surely. For casual gamers, the turbo boost was nice. It helped our 1 raid a week guild get CE twice. I kind of felt like that the renown track was kind of built for that. I don't know. The thing that frustrates me about turbo boost is like having to sort of like regrind and redo a lot after I feel like I've already done a lot. So I don't know. Maybe they just need to keep on iterating and trying new stuff until something hits, you know? The zero talent. I think Farseer is better, but I figure, yeah, sure. Why not? Let me get rid of this talent. I don't know if I want to go down and make Healing Wave stronger. I like all this, like this. I mean, we benefit from Deluge, so I mean, you know, why not? Totemic Chain Heal? Yeah, that's the problem though, is like, Chain Heal kind of sucks. But Downpour is actually good. Yeah. I don't know what other talents I would really pull. No, I think Farseer is good. You would just cast like, you just literally play like Whispering Waves, and that would be it. Yeah. Kind of a Turbo Boost hater personally. I definitely benefited from it this tier. It was kind of absurd that I rerolled the week of Turbo Boost and was basically instantly max eye level near full bis. I don't mind too much having like really good gearing midway through the season. I don't know. She fucking hates me. Press Zero builds. I did play Chrono Warden early in the season and it was pretty bad, and I don't think there's really been much to like change that. So I played Flame Shaper last week. Yeah. A lot of hardcore players already accomplished their seasonal goals prior to Turbo Boost around that time, because like I think I was 3 weeks into re-clears for the raid, something like that. Something along those lines. But then it was like, oh, back to, you know, reprogging almost. Well, or re-gearing, I should say. How would I summarize 2025 year with one sentence? Mixed review. Slop. I heard that was one of the words of the year. That's a good one. Note with tip. That's a good one. Let me see if I can find this. It ain't over yet. WoW challengers try but fail. Hi, Hops. It feels like kind of an upside breakout. I'm trying to find the right words for it, but it's like I don't know. This year for me was like getting out of a stagnant period and things getting better and things improving. Something along those lines. Upside momentum coming, something along those lines. It was good. It was good, but could be better. Either damage is fundamentally a community created issue. I still don't know what the good argument against healers doing equivalent to tank damage is. There's some kind of sweet spot. I'm not sure the exact thing is going to be, but the sweet spot is definitely around the area where you can, oh, fuck. Oh my god, Burr, that worked. W. Burr. He told me I had to, if I was having issues, just to open up that clickcast menu and hit save again. My man, good shit, Burr, because my stuff was not working at all. You saved me, bro. You saved me. Yeah, I would say for me personally, there were a lot of times growing up where a lot of my hobbies and interests were like kind of shit on and like discouraged growing up. And now I'm kind of like reconnecting with those things without dealing with like any bullshit or judgment or any of that kind of stuff. So yeah, pretty damn good year. Yeah, man. Been a great year, Helios. And that was kind of like nice for me because I got this display case and I had a ton of kind of like knickknacks, old hobby things stuffed into these boxes that I never really had like looked at. But my mom had like insisted that I like take them with me when I moved out. And I found like a pretty good amount of cool stuff in there. I mean, I didn't even realize I had a fucking Sega Dreamcast. That's that gray box right there. I actually have a few games for it too. I'm gonna go and see if it actually still functions. I did not have the Super NES though, but I have like multiple SNES games in that box. So it's been interesting. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do Holy Priest and then Druid after, Garland. Yeah. Going back into hobbies you're into as a kid with adult money is kind of sick. It is. It really is, man. I found a bundle of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but I don't think they're that valuable. Yeah. What did it say, Zarkin? Did you ask? I don't know if I'm gonna get back into like cards or anything like that. But this year I've definitely gotten like back into reading in full force, which I've really, really enjoyed. Gotten back into climbing. I don't know, I feel like I've enjoyed just WoW is a lot more this year than last year too. Just admit it, I'm a nerd. I'm more of a nerd than most of the people in this chat. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Getting Legos and burn through cash. all the money I'm spending on Legos is for my nephew. Yeah. The year was largely characterized by a mix of political turmoil, significant technological advancements, and a vibrant cultural landscape. What the heck does a vibrant cultural landscape mean? Nephew, sure, buddy. Bro, I crashed in his room when I visited for Thanksgiving. Kicked him out, he slept on the couch. And his entire room, head to toe, is Legos, Warhammer, some video games. Like, he had a GameCube. I was like, damn, I didn't even have a GameCube growing up. Means things are going to shit? Yeah. Well, you know. Yeah, he's super cool. I love hanging with him. I was like, your room and you're 34? Well, W, man. Well, growing up, my parents were like, they didn't really have hobbies. I don't know if you guys had parents like that. So there were a lot of times where like they just didn't quite see it, you know? And I was like, I'm into this. And they're like, I don't see the point in that. I'm like, oh, well, it's a hobby. It doesn't need to have a point. Getting Pokemon cards to burn more money? Oh my god. Parents' hobbies for being parents? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for my nephew's birthday this year, I made the mistake of saying, like, yes too quickly. And he was like, I asked him what he wanted for his birthday, and he's like, I really want this Gundam master grade set, basically. And I was like, yeah, I'll get that for you, kid. How expensive could it be? It was like 120 bucks. I was like, fuck. Like, thank goodness this is my only nephew. Well, you know what? It was worth every penny. He was so excited when he got it. He was so excited. Your dad had the same hobby for 21 years, COD 2 lobbies with his clan. Oh, that owns, man. Oh, that fucking owns. That yes was too fast? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, you know, you can't back down. You tell a kid yes, you're gonna do something, you gotta do it. Can I do this in combat? Oh, you can. Nice. Nine-year-old niece wanted the drone and not one of the kid ones. Oh, shit. It's not that much, Jibby, yeah, but it was like, it was more than I had expected. I was like, oh yeah, like a figurine, you know? Oh yeah. Because like, I don't know, growing up, I think those things were usually pretty cheap. I had a Liger Zero from Zoids growing up. I can't imagine that thing being that expensive. Yeah. Are you? I would also won't let kids down. Oh, 100%. I would never. I would never. Oh, it even stuns you too? That's fucked up, man. Zoids takes you back? Yeah. Trust me, guys. I don't regret a single penny I spent. This is what your sub number or your subscriptions are going towards, all right? Making my nephew's day. He was kind of vague this year, but he wants battle bricks, which basically is like Legos, but it's like war Legos. Military kind of Legos. So you want me to sub? It's a great way to do it? Yeah. 100% worth it? W. Appreciate you guys. Bezos bucks turned directly into Gundam. Yup. Last Christmas, I got him a bunch of Warhammer, like environment type stuff. So he could like build a battlefield. Because he has like a million figures, but he doesn't really have like a battlefield dedicated to it. So that's what I did last year for him. 120 is worth more than a Midnight expansion. True. Nah, unfortunately not, Luca. I just took a screenshot and then just set everything up on the character. It was a little tedious. Nah, the chain heals hops just are bad, but you do so much healing because of your healing stream totems. Yeah. Tired too much on Funkos. I have almost all the WoW characters. Yeah. I know. I need to find something to like have a collection for in my display case behind me. Because I could put like literally my entire library in there, but I don't want it to just only be books. I have those out in the living room. Collect minerals. One of my guildies is literally a geologist. I'll ask him to hook me up with the minerals. I'll ask him where he keeps the rare minerals around. Oh, Tayan? Uranium glass, yeah. Oh, it's a Breaking Bad reference. Oh, it might be. I only watched like maybe 2 seasons a long time ago. I'm playing Totemic right now. So I'm yapping at chat so much because the totems are doing all the work for me. Fiance's a geologist, can confirm we have some rocks on display. Hell yeah. We kind of like ask him on repeat when the rocks are flying at us on Dimensius. That's like the bit. It's like, Sonny, what kind of rocks are those? Oh, whoopsie. Sorry, I found a friend. Dude, I have so many totems. Does he ask these should take a closer look? Not me. Your geologist, your friends do that on every road trip? Yeah, it's cool. You know, you have archaic knowledge about the world that other people don't have. You know? Ton of minerals I thought were made up for games that turned out to be real. Ooh, hit me with one. Way too much about clouds and weather. Oh my god, my dad would always drill into me. I don't know why he did this, but he would always like quiz me on what like pattern the moon was in. And if it was like a waxing gibbous or waning crescent or whatever, right? And like every Monday Night Football, Joe Buck will ask Troy Aikman what the fucking moon is. Every time. My dad was kind of interested in space stuff. We did get him a telescope at one point. But then he saw like all the stars, and then he kind of was like, all right, I've seen it all. Was he big into fishing? Maybe a little bit. Like, he was the one who wanted us to do Boy Scouts growing up. And encourage me and my two brothers, well, made my two brothers and I get our Eagle Scouts. So, like, kinda. But now on his own, he doesn't really do that. Not that I know of. He golfs a lot. He golfs a lot with his retired friends. Joe Buck is really funny. Troy Aikman, I don't know what it is. Maybe I just didn't like him early on when I was a kid or something. But I feel like his commentary has gotten better. I feel like it's gotten, like, noticeably better. Nothing's worse than Chris Collinsworth and Mahomes. Dude, he is, like, so horny for Mahomes. It's disturbing. And also, you know, kind of big news of Mahomes not going to the playoffs at all this year. Yes, they are going to keep on developing Cell for next expansion. Yep. Sorry, Chili. You know we had to talk about that today. End of an era, man. Yeah, seriously. Also, I mean, I get that Rashee Rice committed crimes and did a hit and run and stuff, basically. But holy shit, like, the last 2 weeks, people are, like, out to kill Rashee Rice. He is getting, like, annihilated on the field every week. This is default frames right now. Our Shaman's feeling better. Still kind of basic. I mean, I'm playing the basic of the basic right now with Totemic. Come on. Yeah, everybody's still in there. The hits on Rice are clean. You're right. Each time they are clean, but they are like, maybe it is just Mahomes throwing hospital balls, but the defenders are wasting no time trying to clobber him. There is no love lost. Oh, I have the meters on overall. Yeah, I didn't wipe it from the last dungeon. Yeah. You couldn't watch the games near Foxborough, so blacked out by the Bills Pats. Oh yeah, that's so annoying, dude. I hate that shit. I went to the bar across the street for lunch. Watched some of the early games, came back, and then my neighbor and I went out to watch more football. Watch the Rams and Lions. There you go. Rams mentioned, dude. Rams pretty hype. Although Stafford looked kind of last night. Not gonna lie, a little off tempo. I talked to Rig ever. I know he rebooted Imperative. I haven't talked to Rig in a long time, but I mean, I love that guy. I have a ton of respect for him. I think he helped make me a better player. I like how he handled business, to be honest. I like how he ran the team. So he has my respect, that's for sure. Tony Jefferson tried to kill Rice. Yeah, he hammered him, man. So did Petrie for the Texans game. But hey, they were both clean hits. They were both clean hits. I'm tired. It's almost over, Tequilix. It's like mostly stagger, Dylan, yeah. Stagger's counting for healing, even though it ought not to. Dude, I miss details so bad. Miss her so bad, I just want her back. I'm very optimistic for Midnight, yeah. We've seen a lot of progress in this month about like the UI situation, which is nice. I could very much see a world where like Blizzard chickens out on a lot of the add-on restrictions. Opens up a lot more than we expect. Add-ons still cover what we need. We, all of us that are used to using add-ons still use add-ons. Maybe they're a little weaker, like, Cell won't show all the things it used to show, but it'll still be giving us a lot of the tools that we're dependent on, But yeah, I think like my pinned tweet is still like, laugh at me if you want, but I think Midnight will be a great expansion. And I'm gonna stand by that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Why did I leave the Imperative? It was after Sepulcher. So our best performance was World 12th in Sanctum. And then when we entered Sepulcher, we had, I think it was close to top 10 finish on Halandris. Maybe it was 10 or 15 or something like that. And then we went to Anduin and we fucking ran it down and played terribly on Anduin. Kind of redeemed ourselves on Rygalon and Lords of Dread. And then we got to Jailer, and we were about to kill Jailer when some of the people on the team threw little baby hissy fits over kind of nothing, to be honest. And it resulted in a tank, not Rig, but the other tank and one of the healers fighting the rest of Shaman. And the main instigator was the rest of Shaman, 100%, causing problems. And starting a stupid fight. And basically, there's a clip, I don't know if it still exists on my channel, but there was a clip that was made where I was trying to like calm everybody down and get them to stop fighting so we could kill the boss. And the Shaman was like, no, fuck this, I'm out. He left when we were in any pull territory for Jailer. We were literally in any pull territory to kill the Jailer and be done. Probably would have finished top 20 world, something around that bracket, right? Like a pretty good finish for Sepulcher. Might have even been 15th. But he's like, nah, fuck this, I'm out. And he left us out to dry. Didn't come back. And then we had to spend another like week and a half, kind of training a new healer to kind of step in and reprog the fight. And that killed morale, killed our progress, all that shit. So once Sepulcher was done, I was like, man, I don't really want to like day raid. I don't really want to run a million alts. Like a lot of good players had left at that time, because BDG still existed. And so BDG sniped a lot of our good players. I think Liquid sniped 1 or 2 as well. So a lot of people were leaving and I was like, I kind of want to just not raid these hours anymore. Because I also couldn't cast World first and raid an Imperative. And so I was like, I think I would rather cast World first again.
Don't worry,
get back into that.
Shadowlands happened during COVID, which means it legally doesn't count as a point in time.
True. But my raid rankings at that time do count, though, okay? Just for the record. They were the 51-month sliver. But yeah, basically it was like burnout. I mean, I spent all of Shadowlands raiding 12 to 14 hours a day. You know, running at least 4 alts. Also getting cutting edge on all of those alts. Like, playing them a ton. You know, I did it for a while, and basically it just comes with a lot of sacrifice, you know? Can't cast world first. Felt like the stream quality isn't as good because I'm just sitting there like locked in on boss fights and don't really have the opportunity to, you know, talk to chat and everything like that in the process. Dad guilded? Nah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at right now. I'm in Incarnate now. We finished World, what, 39th or something like that? So it's not like I dropped down super far in rankings or anything like that. My guild's kind of perfect because, like, if I've had times where, like, World First casting is like, hey, we need you to cast during your raid time. I'm like, okay, the guild will understand. It has the roster for it. You know, I've known a lot of those guys for a really long time. Like, Incarnate was one of the guilds I was in back in Legion. And then I left to go into Vision, which is was like a higher end guild at the time. And then I went to EU and BFA. So BFA, I went and raided, I don't know, what, 6 hours a day on weekdays, 8 hours a day on the weekends. So that was, what, 6 times 5 is 30? 46 hours a week? Holy shit. I was raiding 46 hours a week in EU for 2 years in BFA. And then I went to Imperative after that in Shadowlands. And we did, what, like 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. What the fuck, I die? Yeah. I did some degen shit back in the day, man. Later, Joe. So, yeah, what Incarnate does is we raid 4 hours a night for 5 nights the first 2 weeks. So that's 20. And then we do 16 after the first 2 weeks. Back when I was young. Yeah, that's right, when I was young and full of hope. Oh, you found it? There you go. It was drama at the end of the EU stuff? For me? Not really. I told Sloot after Nazoth. That I was done. Like, I left once we were probably like 2 months into Prague or something like that, and I was like, yeah, I want to go back to NA. So, in that clip, the tank left, but he came back later on. But, like, the healer Froob was, like, picking away and talking so much shit about the tanks for, like, no reason. You know, sometimes tanks make mistakes, whatever. But they were not, like, the problem of us wiping. They were definitely not the central issue. Like, one of the mechanics at the end of the fight was Defile. And so if you touch the Defile, it grows and grows and grows. Stack. DPS or tank there in Prague. I played Blood DK and Unholy DK in WoD. And I joined a guild to reprog in WoD Hellfire Citadel. Who told the guy he couldn't play his class? I'll have to listen to it. I'd have to listen to it. Remind me after this and I'll show you the clip. Or I'll look at it on stream. Nation, thank you for the 3 months, man. Ooh. Like, looking back on those things years later, there you go. And I lost my way and ended up healing. Returns to the light of the tanks. Was the tank's fault on Jailer? No. There was a lot of like people who had bad movement in that final phase, and we had multiple defile wipes. Like people saw the defile next to them and they just like did not position properly. There was also kind of like a weak aura fight with Jailer where like you would get marked with the bombs and you'd have to go into the holes for the bombs. You'd have to like move really quick for them. It's like all that kind of stuff. But like, yeah, tanks made some mistakes here and there, of course, but it was not like they were the problem. Dolphins or Steelers tonight? Ugh. Ugh. I mean, I don't know. I guess the Dolphins, man. I like Mike McDaniel. I'm a big fan of nerd head coaches. He's such a goof. Yeah, that's why I like him. He's relatable. You like Mike McDaniel? Yeah. Have you seen his press conferences? He's a funny dude. I like Mike McDaniel more than Tua. Tua's interview where he was like, yeah, you know, like the leadership just isn't there for the team and people are not showing up to meetings. I'm like, bro, that's you. Like, you're the leader. And yeah, we're talking about the Dolphins versus A-Rod and Tomlin. The shit they're doing with the running game is crazy. The formations, the motion. Yeah. Dolphins are definitely one of the more interesting offenses to watch. Yeah. I buy the Steelers fan. Ah, my dad's the same. My dad's the same. But he's more baseball than anything else. Yo, how you doing, Spink? I think we just got our wires crossed on Potty C. I don't think it's too big of a deal. I'm not trying to get off factional or anything. Well, Steelers won't have JJ or TJ Watt, will they? Because that like medical procedure went wrong or something like that. Fire mages lately. I don't think so. Good interview. The constant reference to the general WoW player to justify position was odd. I think what I was more so I think what I was angling for was like trying to reflect how important it is for healers to do mechanics and maintain high levels of output. And it felt like it was kind of getting like ignored how difficult it is to do mechanics and heal at the same time at a high level. Even though that was like the entire storyline for Race to World First last season, right? Or like multiple new healers in the world first guilds that were being tested by the fights. And so I was basically just trying to be like, yeah, just like you have a point where M Plus will challenge you to crowd control and watch people's cooldowns, help interrupt, and all that other stuff. So too, do you have to think about how you do mechanics and how you're able to manage that. Shaman feels good, but maybe a little bit too basic. Maybe a little too basic. Understood my point. Game's definitely a form of skill expression. Yeah, and I don't know what it was. It just seemed like wires got crossed. I couldn't make my argument as effectively as I was hoping to, I guess. Yeah, I got all kinds of nasty comments after it. What can you do? Yeah, after Potty C. Rams touchdown on the 2-yard line. Which one was it? Was it near the end? Was it the Parkinson, like, slot? Like, he caught the deep ball, and then he gained possession, and then slid into the end zone? Yeah. I think that was kind of fair. It was, like, a really, really weird one, because, like, he only gained possession once he was across the goal line. I don't know. It was one of those, like, technically correct things, but not that satisfying. Yeah, Chiefs got eliminated from the playoffs. They are out. They're done. Oh, man, we are just cooked, aren't we? Damn. That ad took forever to die. Whoa. One of our healers is 99% HPS, parses across the board, is easily the worst mechanical player on our roster. Your argument hits for players like that. Yeah, that was like my entire point. that was absolutely my like thought process with the point. Yeah. Like there's plenty of times where people do that kind of stuff. Hell, I used to be that way. So I know firsthand. Yep. Ever heard the phrase saying "but" negates everything before it? Yeah. I try to be more aware of that too. I try to. Yo, Sloth, thank you for the prime.
The Frost Queen is gone.
Yeah, let me wait for ads to be over, Samp, and then I'll show it. Let me see. Doing more. Best way to parse the healers bring worse healers. True. Or underheal. But my guild never lets us underheal. Oh, I know what you mean, wasted. Yeah. Yeah, this is default UI. Yeah, I felt like, I don't know, my point was kind of getting like talked around, even though it was kind of like we could just agree or just agree to disagree or something like that. And then I got too like caught up trying to explain myself and I should have just dropped it. And I think that's something that I catch myself doing a lot is like, I feel like I just try to over explain stuff and then like somebody's just not listening. And I'm like, but I'll keep on doing it. And like, you know, if somebody's not listening, someone's not listening. Yeah. I mean, pretty mediocre guild, so that your healing parts look great. Very good for your ego. I mean, I think it's important to be able to know how to blast, you know? I think it's super satisfying when you know how to blast effectively and you take advantage of it. Yo, Max Clubhouse, thank you for the new sub, dude. Yeah, maybe I should have just been more dispassionate. I think that's also fair. That's fair feedback. Seat. Gonna swap to priest. Kirby. 15's doable? Yes. Yes. We're in the equivalent of if you just got like 1 of 6 or 2 of 6 mythic gear. That's the type of gear that we're in, and like 15s are pretty possible once you kind of know what's going on, once you have an understanding of the content. So like when they said that 18s, yes, it did, Samp, and I got distracted after that. Sorry. When they say that 18s are going to be like a big reward and everything, it might be too tough early on. They might nerf some stuff later on. We'll see. But yeah, I'll show you guys this clip. I don't know. I think I just get ahead of myself. And I try to help, I try to fix things, and it gets me in trouble. All right, enjoy the guild drama clip from, how many years ago was this? 4 years ago. All right. Let me turn off my music real fast. I like to get involved in stuff.
Everyone else is all, like, relax. You're the person that fucking... Everyone else is all, like, relax. You're the person that fucking...
I tried.
Randomly swings the fucking tank frontal
It
left.
wasn't randomly at
Shut
all.
the fuck up, Froob. You're so fucking annoying.
Yo, chill. Okay,
Please
we're gonna
fucking
have
shut up.
consistency with where the frontal goes.
You've literally accomplished nothing. Shut the fuck up. Like, who the fuck are you? You can't even play your class. Stop talking.
Guys, this boss is gonna die tonight.
That was our tank, and he was yelling at Farouk, not at me. That was our tank. So the context of this is that we had a couple mistakes going around. Tank had just made a mistake, but they were not frequently making the mistake. And then Froob was the healer who was like starting this and getting like pissed about it. I guess he was playing as Pally, but he usually played Shaman.
Everyone else is all, like, relax. You're the person that
So the relax was literally Nickel the tank.
fucking...
I tried.
Randomly swings the fucking tank frontal
It
left.
wasn't
Fucking-
randomly at
Shut
all.
the fuck up, Froob.
So Rig was speaking, and then Mikkel are kind of like pushing back against him.
You're so fucking annoying.
Yo, chill. Okay,
Please
we're gonna
fucking
have
shut up.
consistency with where the frontal goes.
You've literally accomplished nothing. Shut the fuck up. Like, who the fuck are you? You can't even play your class. Stop talking.
Guys, this boss is gonna die tonight. We got this shit.
Just kill this.
Here, something I think we can
Here,
change
I'll
though,
just make
is
it
like,
easy, bro. I'm just, dude.
Mikkel, come on. We're right here at the end of killing the boss. We know there's gonna have to be other tank movement and everything going on, so we're gonna have consistency with where we're gonna...
Yeah. So I don't know if it clipped the like beginning of it that started all of that, but yeah. NTV voice, if I ever heard it. Yeah, so Mikkel left, and then he came back, and then Froob left, basically. And then we didn't kill the boss that night, even though we were literally, like, we had, like, 1% wipes and stuff like that. Yeah. And so the tank left for a second, then he came back, and then Froob's like, no, I'm gonna leave. And so then the healer left, and then we didn't kill the boss until, like, 2 weeks later. Yeah. Yeah. And that helped lead to Imperative kind of falling apart, unfortunately. I don't know if he's still raiding or not. I doubt it. I was trying to like get myself involved and be like, hey, like we're gonna know where the frontal's gonna go and we can play around it, and then, you know, people just fucking lost their minds. The biggest raid boss is actually mental and not with Blizzard designs. Yeah, pretty much. Froob never came back. No, he never came back. We had to bring in another healer and teach them the fight from scratch, basically. And I think somebody else had to like play paladin, so we had to like one guy went from like a priest to a paladin, and then we brought a new person in, and they were playing priest, so there was like a decent amount of shuffling that we had to do to actually kill the boss and shit, which was frustrating. Oh, so frustrating. Yep. Hard to come back from you don't know how to play your class in a Mythic Raiding Guild. Yeah, you know, was not doing the best there. He was kind of struggling on Pally. Alright, since my damage kind of sucks, I'm going to drop damage talents. I wonder... Well, I'm doing healer testing. Let's just do healer testing. It's really frustrating, brick and vault keys. That's true. Bro, we already have plenty of problems to solve without you slinging personal insults. I know. And that's the thing. I'm like really comfortable with confrontation, but like once people start slinging insults, it's like, okay. Yeah, that's the thing is I always try to get like involved and try to be the peacemaker. Yeah, there's something going on with the Ukel. Blaming the person with the toxicity focused on them is certainly an opinion. Looks like I can see why the guild broke up. Well, you didn't see all the context there, Droff. To be fair to you. Like, I get it that it looks like everyone's dogpiling on top of him. And there was the oh, you don't know how to play your class type stuff. But what you missed before that, where I was like, I tried. Like, literally the beginning of this clip gets cut off. It doesn't show all the information.
Everyone else is like, relax. The person that
And the person saying relax was the tank to the healer that he later starts yelling at.
that fucking
I tried.
random.
You know, and the part where I'm like, I tried was me trying to break up the argument. I realize it doesn't show you guys the whole context of what's going on, but that's what was going on. If you wanna ask Rig about what happened, I'm sure he could tell you too, you know? There might be another one. I'm not sure. I don't like clear out my clips or anything. Basically, the H-Pally was going off on the tank about where they were positioned in the frontal because they'd only been to that part of the fight a couple times, and the tanks were going to get more consistent with it. Froob didn't really like where it was positioned, but it was something you could just play around. It's like sometimes tanks position stuff in certain areas, and like you just don't like it, like where it sits, but you just play around it. So be it, you know? That sucks. Unfortunate, whatever.
From the void has emerged into our world. It must not be allowed to spread corruption.
But he kept like complaining about it, and then he like fucking exploded. So, what I feel about RSham after the buffs? Chain heal still sucks. It feels pretty good to run with Totemic with all the chain heals, or all the healing stream effects, like healing for you and everything. Downpour feels really good, but it feels like a Farseer, like Whispering Wave setup is probably just the best right now. Yeah.
The way forward.
But Mom and a Raider use the mom voice when things get too heated for this situation. Oh, that's brutal when you get the mom talk. Yeah, I ran with the ooh. Wait, how did that not cast? There we go.
The strongest survive.
My bind? It is there. Weird. Thought I hit it. Boys, let's all settle down. True. Pretty pissed off, but 99% it's at myself. I always let your group know I usually calm down after a couple pulls. Yeah, I feel that. I can definitely get tilted too. Especially when you're trying to, like, fix a problem and... Seems like no matter what, something's always going wrong. I'm dead again. Yeah.
Only the strongest survive.
These serenities are just not enough. Midnight's other aspects outside of healing. I like the dungeon pool a lot. I like the dungeon pool a lot. I haven't done the prey system at all. I think the zones that I've seen so far, I haven't seen... What are the later zones? Yeah, I haven't seen the Void Storm or Harrendar or any of that kind of stuff, but I love what they did to Eversong Woods. I like the revamp that they made for it. I like that the world feels a little bit different. I like that they're making like structural changes and like making the expansion feel like really unique and not kind of like repeat. Like Dragonflight was its own thing, and then it felt like War Within was like Dragonflight 2.0. You know, the expansion feels like a little bit more unique in that regard. I haven't done the prey system, but I hope it's going to be fun. UI actually seems like it's making steady progress, which is good. I don't know if it's going to be there on release, but I feel like they're moving closer and closer to just like let add-ons still do a bunch of stuff. And it'll be all right. Ding. Any of the healers locked to the hero talents? Some of them are pretty poorly balanced. Like I think Chrono Warden's not really well balanced. How you been, Luke? Decent. The problem is you can see everything on the frayed frames, but it's all like a mess. Like being able to sort through stuff is just a huge, huge mess. And that's where a lot of the problems are coming around. God, Poe's so expensive, man. Oh god, it's like 2 stacks too. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna be forced to invest all those talent points into Poe just to get it working, but it's such an insane investment. It's actually so rough. Poe kind of moves health bars. I don't think it does enough. Where's my water? That's not water. Good. Oh, this actually is returning mana to me, even though it says it doesn't. So, yeah, that's why I'm just testing it, Pigeon. They buffed it, so I just want to test it. Exclamation mark, setup communism has a link to it. At least him feels pretty good. Look at that big smite damage. Holy.
Only the strongest survive.
I wish I could see who does add damage, but I can't. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, so all these ads will, like, run and try to get, like, sucked up by the boss. And you have to make sure that you don't let him touch the boss. Because after a while, the boss will just do, like, a black hole, like, suck in. And he'll just eat all the ads. And when he does, it just does a bunch of damage. And it kills everybody. So we just, like, didn't hit the ads in time, basically. But you got that. You got this one big, like, AoE hit that does some, like, ticking damage, which is really, really good for all the palms you're putting out as a holy priest. But yeah, right here. Just need damage on the ads. And then he does his suck in. Did my boss give me launch week off? No, I gotta work. I'm working all launch week, man. What can you do? I can take one day off? Aw, thanks, man. You're not my supervisor. Thankfully, by the grace of yours and many other people's Prime subs nation, this is the day job. Oh no, we all die. GN, ba-boom. Still alive. 3 weeks off from launch. Holy shit. That's some people's entire year of PTO.
Hello.
Yo. John, thank you for the tier 3 and 110 months. That's a fucking W. Thank you, dude. Yo, how you doing, Jet? So far, so good. I'm trying to see if I can make Prayer of Healing work without my 30% healing buff out of Lightweaver. And it's not going too successfully. It's not going too great. I wonder what I would give up for it. Maybe Ultimate Serenity, but I don't even want to have Sanctify, though. It's difficult. I need 2 more points, basically. I think I would have to give up, like, Lasting Words and stuff. Still don't think that would be very good. I don't know, just too many incentives to cast Flash Heal. And just only cast Flash Heal. Great distance between Druid and HPriest. Yeah, Druid's still like really, really strong. Oracle or Voidweaver? I'd say Oracle right now. I don't know what they did to Atonement healing in dungeons, but it feels like it's a little weak still. I think it's the new like modifier, the new way they're buffing Atonement in dungeons. But it could also be that there's just a lot of power tied to the hero talents, and that can kind of make your Atonement feel less valuable by comparison, you know? So, yeah, it's Holy Priest feels kind of weak, yeah. Is it not regenerating mana for me now? Tried Beta Core Oracle Disc. Maybe it's the ugly UI, but it felt meh. Just didn't feel like you got enough damage out of Penance to convert into healing. Yeah. Oh, well, that and they also nerfed Halo. Yeah. So, like, you can't really play an Archon setup either.
That's a long time.
Oh, Blue, thank you for the 77 months. How you been, bro? Healers that are harder to play should have a higher performance potential. Like when Dis was OP, it was not exactly easy and it was a fair trade. That was really fun at the time. It was really, really fun. But also, I don't think that's like a sustainable setup because you're just always going to have everyone default to whatever's like highest performing. And they're all just going to try to push that. And I don't think it's fair for like Holy Priest, for example, to be designed as an easier healer spec, and then by that logic, it would just always be terrible. I don't think that's too good of a way to design the game long term. Where like this is the baby healer that noobs use, you know. Good players won't play this. That's just, you know, it's not a sustainably good way to, I think, design the game.
Only the strongest
Yep.
survive.
Altogether, thought of doing week 1 18s for your vaults. I don't think you need to worry about them. Sorry, this is your main for decades. Now it's the baby healer. Yeah. Like, trust me, I really enjoyed it when Disc was like busted OP and like BFA and Legion and lots of Shadowlands. Oh yeah, I had a blast. But, you know, long term, I don't think that's something they should be doing. There's no one beneath you. How are you supposed to feel better? Happiness comes from within, man. How the hell are my healing pots? The warmth within, yeah. Oh my god, we're getting cranked. What's the best healer for Midnight so far? Probably like Druid. It's pretty nutty. When healers doing damage is not interrupting? That's a good question, because I don't know if they want healers to do damage, because you ever heard this, the saying, the purpose of a system is what it does, not what it's like, we're doing this system to do this thing, you know? But it's what the actual like results are. The way they design the healers at the moment, it really looks like they don't want the healers to do damage, because we do piss low damage, like across the board. I'd like it if, you know, we had a sweet spot where our damage was rewarding. If, you know, we topped everybody off, we have some extra moments to cast some extra damage globals or something like that and help the team go marginally faster. But the way it's currently tuned right now, it just doesn't even feel like worthwhile at all. It's so low. Yeah. Damage should be considered a form of utility for some healers. Maybe technically it is, you know, with things like power infusion, right? Super lag, what the hell? That was weird. It's like crazy lag right now.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Hey, Zark. Just gonna keep on running. So yeah, it looks like it's kind of going back to old school WoW healer. As was said, DPS is a utility. Problem is now we have M+. Right. More tools of control, kick than damage, but now it seems like we have neither. Yeah. I kind of don't want more crowd control, because then it kind of makes the game just crowd control heaven, where you're just PvPing mobs the entire time. I personally do not like that. I like how Fellowship has like a bit of crowd control for mobs, but it's not like dominated by it, you know? But I do want my damage to actually mean something. The moment it feels like it does not do that at all. I might as well ask. I think this is like regenning something, but maybe it's just out of combat regen or something like that. Oh yeah, put that up in a slot. Oh, is that soulbound? Damn. MR. Damn, I don't know how he's even surviving 3 of those dots. It's ridiculous. DKOP. Chat's argument. Nice. Is everybody being nice to each other? I love a good debate. As you guys might have noticed. Why would we be nice to each other? Because I said you gotta be nice. You're at a holy light yet? Dude, people were upset about that. I was like, damn, I thought we were all in agreement we didn't like holy light. I don't enjoy healing all that much, but I still hang out here because I at least want to know about what other healers can do, and if I play tank, how I can alter your playstyle to help your healers. True. That's the best. Yeah, this is all like default UI, and so all of Blizzard's like add-on and UI changes are all in beta. Yeah. World's running out of spells that move HP. We'd love to appreciate what Holy Light's trying to do. Yeah. I just hate having a slow, high mana cost ability when a lot of other healers don't care about mana. And don't even have to like think about this kind of stuff. I like the general concept of having healers care about mana and like think about the process. Even the sort of kata style where you could like quickly top people off, but it's going to come at a cost. But it really sucks when some healers have that and have to care about that, and other healers just like mash their buttons and blast tons of healing and they're fine. You know? It's like you either treat everybody equally or you don't. They remove Farsight from Shaman even though no one uses it, so we'll be very angry. Yeah, same thing with Mind Vision. Yeah. Yeah. OP healer for M plus is Druid at the moment. Still, lots of things can change. Tuning all the time. Yada, yada, yada. You know. Farsight yesterday. Hey, there you go. How you been, Hamish? Still waiting for Nearsight? Oh, I do have that. Don't recommend it. You see HPS instead? I don't really know what the difference is, but yeah. Makes no difference to me. Solution is clear. You get to spec into that Hand of Divinity thing, gives you 2 instant cast Holy Lights, but you have to use it with the next time. Yeah, I like that. It feels good to use. But that's about the only time when it's instant and cost half as less, half as much mana. Yeah. Then we're really cooking. Yeah, Fade still gives damage reduction. You still have the Flash Heal damage reduction as well. All that good stuff. Make mana relevant shouldn't be hard cap, but working on it as an arcane mage and you can actively regen it. I really miss when they try to make active regen a thing. They tried and they like gave up. I think it was in BFA or WAD or something like that. They were trying to add abilities to every healer, so you had to like actively regen mana with your abilities. Kind of like how Fellowship does it with damage. They gave up on it though. I'm disappointed that they did. Because I think conceptually it's a cool idea. But, you know, conceptually versus actual execution, you know? I'm not using any add-ons right now. Oh, well, just click, I guess. Yeah. Fellowship mentioned? I was talking about active mana regen for healers. Doing damage, you know, casting Nettle Bolts to regen mana. Using Dawn Flares to proc your spirit, things like that. I like those a lot. I like those sort of theories a lot for healers. Hey, how you been, Todd? I'm vibing, dude. We did some Shaman testing earlier, now some Holy Priest testing. Yeah, we did. Is that early next year for the new healer? I missed it if there was a release date. I would love to have Spirit back wasted. I would love to have Spirit. I'm a big fan of Spirit. Targeting February? Nice. It's gonna be good timing. That works really well for my schedule. Think I could pencil something like that in. I wish I could fear or do anything to these tentacles, but I cannot. So, healer just heals. Spirit and reforging? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking about, Burr. That's exactly what I'm thinking about, dude. The idea that, like, you can control your regen. Have that agency. Everybody. He got hit by the orb. Got hit by the orb again. No, no.
The void offers no second chances.
At least I should have him for when the tentacles come out. Bring back Titan Forging, discuss? No. That would mean that people who did Mythic Raid got my Mythic loot, and you're not allowed to have my Mythic loot. That's mine. Good discussion. Discussion over. Our Shaman in general was doing pretty good healing, but Chain Heal still blows, Axel. Still sucks. Lag? What is the beta lag? Reforging would own. Reforging would really own. Oh no, that was my internet. Chat, do we F? Yeah. Alright, looks like we're back though. I dropped only 300 frames, which is not much. But like it dropped all at once. Yeah. Interesting.
Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
We're good? Alright. Better end a dungeon loot? Well, you can by doing higher keys.
Look out!
Oh, I know what you mean, Katori. That'd be nice. Also, like, better resources for when you fail a dungeon. I think goes pretty hard. I kind of hate it when it feels like you spend 30 minutes doing a dungeon, right? And then you just get, like, no payoff. That stuff's super frustrating. Don't worry about me. He's feeling good. The Atonement just doesn't feel strong enough. I don't know if it's because your Apex talent's really strong, or if it's because the Atonement modifier they have for 5-man healing isn't working properly or something. I don't know what it is, but something feels off. Or just feels like we need to be doing more Atonement healing in dungeons. Yeah. I always lag a little bit there. Very weird. Damn it. I'm gonna let this kill me. And that way I get my mana. Tactical death at low mana. Hopefully this timing is okay, because we only got to break one more. And then we have a burn. RDruid's super strong. Super, super strong. Really busted. Oh no, he didn't lost. Groku. He's taking 200% more damage. Yeah, I was trying to make prayer of healing work. It still just like costs so much mana. Tons of mana. It doesn't do enough healing. If you wanted to make it do enough healing, you have to invest in like a crazy amount of talent points, which affects your, you know, it just doesn't feel like it's worth the trade, the opportunity cost. Oof. Looks like they found a way better spot than I did. I just could not see that. Okay, we almost have apotheosis. Yeah, I'll main priest next expansion. Whoa. The Sanctify requiring people to be stacked was annoying. I missed a strong version of Circle. Yeah. Maybe they need to like have Ultimate Serenity or one of your lower talents change your Poe into a circle or something like that. And so like it makes it really powerful, but it's got like a decent cooldown and you give up the Poe ability for it. So you can't spam it. You have to kind of pick and choose when you use it. That would be nice. We need some kind of effective AoE heal.
There will be choices to make.
Yeah.
And consequences to face.
Ugh. Is my lips a chap faded? Serenity, Flash Heal. Yeah, I kind of gave up on casting Pose. I gave up on casting Pose. Yeah. So we're getting rid of Poe again. So I'm not really in a position to invest 1 billion points into it. Yeah. It did feel pretty rough. I don't know. Maybe I need to find a way to take Sanctity. All right, where's the vendor with the water? Actually, I guess I can just open these boxes. That'll do. Lost still best for Druid? Yep. Yep, still really good. Sanctify. Oh, yeah, we already read that. All right, let me run to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. Oh, is that what that modifier thing was, Cormo? Effect 12 changed to -20 instead of -25. Wait, wasn't that a buff then? But then the other one was -20 and it was -18. Oh, I like mana being a thing only if it's treated fairly across the board, which it's not. And so if they're not going to do that, then like might as well not make it a thing, right? I'll just punish certain people for it and not others.
Yeah, what do you want? Keep it real.
Hey, movie. I mean, if I had it my way, like a lot of healers, well, I mean, Spirit would be a thing. We could kind of pick and choose our own personal mana regen based on our preferences and playstyle. And then also, there'd be more like mana burns where you could just pop off with like a ton of healing, but it would burn your mana down fast. Kind of like how Kata healing went.
The void beckons us onward. Embrace it. Leave your sanity behind.
Oh! No! Alright, we're just dead.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Draw back the veil.
My issue with mana is not only it's it's directly tied to how good or bad other people play. Terrible way to design a resource. I mean, that's kind of healing in general, though, right? It's like if people take more damage, you got to heal them more, and that's kind of how the role has to function. So being able to have something like Spirit, where you can say, "Oh, people are taking a lot more damage in this fight. Let me reforge into more Spirit, so I have more mana regen." Or, hey, this fight's gonna be shorter. Let me go into more, secondary stats, and you kind of play around those. I don't know. As a healer, you're constantly dependent upon how other people are playing to decide how you play. Didn't make healers requiring more mana, as they were like 7k throughput stats behind in MoP. Still, healers that had no mana issues were ahead. There was also, I remember in MoP, you would have more mana regen from Resto Shaman's Mana Tide if they spec'd into more mana, or more Spirit. So they could literally just like spec into being a mana battery for everybody else in the team. And they would do a lot less healing as a result. hell? There we go. So true, Moon. Lock in that Prez, the best deal at midnight. Let's wrap up this beta cycle. Don't we have new skins to farm in Fellowship? I got him. I got him, Neuro, yeah. Yo, what a Rokus. Actually, I didn't get my Vigor skin, but I think I'm probably going to stay in the Ghost for the Vigor skin. Yeah.
The void beckons us onward. Embrace it. Leave your sanity behind.
No! Tragic. Benediction's like our Apex talent. It's like an empowered flash heal that does a little bit more flash healing, and then it procs a Cosmic Ripple, which is like a little puff of AoE healing on everybody. So, cast flash heal, get even more passive healing. I'll usually use him at moments like this before like big damage comes out. Anytime I need to, it's really good for like moderate levels of damage that go out. Sometimes it can help with overall AoE damage, but sometimes not at like super high keys. Oh my goodness, man. Kick the repels. Yo, Becky, thank you for the new sub. Welcome in, welcome in. That's right, I got my perfect default frames. The flawless ones. I got caught because I was trying to like fiddle with my buttons. I was trying to fiddle with my buttons so I could mute my mic, not sneeze directly into the mic. Yeah, Ranjit's almost rain jacket. Almost. Like, I'll just use him for this, and it'll cover this damage event pretty well. And then, you know, Prayer of Mending keeps on bouncing, and that helps a lot with the passive damage going out. There's also an Apex talent when you channel him. There we go. It's also an Apex talent when you're channeling him, you also will activate Cosmic Ripples. That's another way to make your him feel stronger. Nice. They're counting stagger as the monk's healing. So he's always gonna be top HPS. Hey, to make people stack in your healing rain? You don't. You don't. What the hell? Oh, the blinding light. Yeah. Yeah, my GS saved him. W. And we're dead. Nope. I guess I can purge all of these. Solar barrier. Took me a couple seconds to understand this is WoW and not Fellowship. The default UI is not too shabby. There's definitely a lot of customization for raid frames, especially, that has to be done, but it's getting there. It's taking some time, though. Yeah, you pretty much would just play like Farseer, I think. I think you literally just play Farseer. Don't cast Healing Rain, don't cast Chain Heal. You're chilling. That's about it. Yeah, like Steel said, you just Riptide, Healing Wave, that's about it. Yeah. Yeah, especially in an expansion where they effectively rolled F-Flow into your Life Bloom, so you didn't even have to cast instant cast F-Flows anymore, you just cast your Life Blooms. It's really weird that Shaman still cast the Healing Rain. The next expansion. Moving F-Flow is very taxing, Blizzard, yeah. Some classes are just built to be power crept, and others are not. I feel like that's the truth.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
Yeah, chain heal's pretty dead. We tried it earlier today. Grab what flow the tides to munch up like riptides and get out more chain heals and everything, and just like it's bad. It's just bad. Yeah, you gotta buy gear from the vendors. Oh yeah, yeah. The green gear doesn't scale. Yeah. It's funny because you haven't really been dying on any boss fights. Oh no. How bad is it? Little. A little. Yeah, oh, the weapon too. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. These are just warm-ups, all right? These are just warm-ups. These are just warm-ups. Just getting your feet wet in beta.
And yet, the void still grows.
He's probably a caster. You kind of have to be. Not like a pure caster, but you gotta weave in casted spells like Holy Light. You know, you try to use like Flash Heal, maybe as a filler, but oftentimes you just use it with like Virtue and an Infusion proc. Make it hit pretty hard. And then it's kind of a game of like, yeah, you cast Holy Light when there's high damage, but you try to avoid casting it too frequently because it costs a ton of mana. So you have to play around like your mana economy a lot more than other healers do. So Crusader's Strike only exists if you play Avenging Crusader. And then if you do, it replaces your Avenging Crusader button. It's a little weird.
Overcome this trial.
The latest changes kind of made Herald a better option though, so you're not really going to be playing... I don't think you're really going to be playing much Lightsmith, at least at the moment. Yeah, with how often you're casting shields, and the shields are valuable for sure, but they do cost a decent chunk of mana max. Yeah. There's no idea what they want out of HPriest. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels to me. I feel like they sort of set out the design of like, we're going to keep all of these abilities, and now we need to find a place for all of these abilities. And for an expansion of pruning, I'm kind of surprised that they felt the need. No! Oh no. Alright, he's still fine. Still fine. Did not troll. I should have looked back at it. Might be. Yeah. Oh. Later. What? There's a hole here? Alright. Learned something new. I did not realize there was a hole. Well, man, watch out, guys. What a shot. What a putt. Buff Holy Priest, McNasty. Buff Holy Priest. Come here. Come here. I know. Yeah, talent's right here. Gotta close it out, though. We're in combat. I know. If only I had a kick. Prevent myself from flying all over the place.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
Alright. I found the... right as I find a wall to stand against. I will not get knocked off. Nah, this is default UI. They haven't come out with a stripped down version of Cell, but they said it's on the way. So, soon TM, you know? When they do, I'll definitely be playing with it. I messed around with Dandar's frames as well. They were pretty good.
Overcome this trial. Win my favor.
No! Alright, we got the fear. This hates melee gameplay. They're like 1,000 AoEs to dodge every time range players and casters feel better. I'm also getting knocked off platforms a lot. I'm getting knocked off platforms a ton, honestly.
We will cut you down. Yes. And yet, the void still grows. Cast them down! Let the scavengers below feed on their pulse.
Come on, help! Help! I'm dead. GN. There's 7.
As long as we rule the skies, you will always be.
The Pug Trenches. Mm-hmm. Got picked up by a big bird. And the big bird dropped me off the platform. True, Cosmic Ripple is garbage. And it's also my third highest heal in this dungeon, followed by Echo of Light. Whew. Yeah, they had some pretty heavy nerfs to Palm. And I get why, because it was really, really nuts, especially in a raid. Want Ultimate Serenity be stronger? Keep on nerfing Cosmic Ripple. I want them to get rid of Piety, man. Piety's just going to cause so many problems long term. It really is. Yeah, Ultimate Serenity, I feel like should be higher. It got pretty high in raid testing. They did really cool stuff in raid testing. They actually had us test like real damage. Or almost like real damage situations. Oh, that guy's relogging. So there was definitely a lot of like imbalance. Like Holy Priest felt undertuned. Preservation was like really overtuned. But the damage actually felt really fun to heal. Warlock is wearing greens. That's why he's getting beat. He didn't have it is on overall as well, but he still has some greens and stuff on, so no flame. Plus he's my guildie, so extra flame. You know. Yeah. Plus 18 requirement on week 1. You're not going to be required to do an 18 on week 1. It'll save you some crests. It'll save you some crests and everything if you do it. You say that? Yeah. Everyone will moan? Because everyone sees another potential increase is something mandatory. And even though it's not. Like, we had a whole conversation on the Potty C about the healer damage, and it's like this community-oriented problem. Even though, like, healer damage has been pretty ass for, like, most of Dragonflight and War Within, you know? And people, like, especially War Within, people are like, oh my god, like, healer damage. And I'm like, bro, just heal. Help! Help! In there, no help. Ah! He's stunnable! I think people just want me to die, Rain. I'm not gonna lie. I think they just want to let me die. Wait, I supposed to swap to Druid? Probably. Probably. When your 3 years of healing career, did someone flame you because of your damage and pressing your buttons in your downtime? So I guess you're doing something right? Yeah. People often think that it's some kind of like super mandatory thing. I mean, look at how little damage I'm doing. I'm not even doing half the tank's damage. It's really not the end of the world.
Overcome this trial.
I'm just gonna do damage. He'll learn to stay out of the puddles.
You won't be so lucky next time.
Why can't we get mythic items doing high keys? Who cares about the vault change? Because then they don't want Blizzard does not want people like spamming high keys to get mythic raid gear and everything like that. That's right. The ankle weights are coming off, Frosty. Ankle weights are coming off. I'll go play a healer that actually does healing. I'm gonna go play a healer that does healing. Buff Holy Priest. Oh my goodness. Flash heal outbid Cosmic Ripple. Barely, you know? Barely. You know, you get a lot of healing out of your Divine Image, which is your tier set as well. Yeah. Lasts 3 seconds longer and does 30% more damage and healing. And Benediction can spawn some new ones. Yeah, Details is counting, or well, Blizzard's Details is counting Stagger as healing. So that's why you're seeing the Brewmaster do top heals. Well, it's beta, JD. It's early, man. It's very, very early. Barely can get in any groups, so you're losing your job. Healing's pretty good, man. Healing's pretty good. Real thing is no one tanks a while. Yeah. Honestly, man. All right, let me see what this is. We have a new... Did this sponsor thing pop up? I'm still trying to figure out how to do this correctly. It did? Okay, sick. They're doing like a new thing with Stream for like sponsored things. And they want me to basically read through some of these notes about a movie coming up called Marty Supreme. So they say the stream is sponsored by Area 824. Marty Supreme is in theaters everywhere. Christmas Day. Tickets on sale now. Written and directed by Josh Safdie from Uncut Gems and Good Time. Starring Timothy Chalamet, Gwyneth Paltrow, Tyler the Creator, and Odessa A'zion. A bold and electrifying performance from Timothy Chalamet that marks the arrival of a cinematic icon in his defining role. A wild, fun, and entertaining ride unlike anything else that you'll see. A high-stakes thrill ride blending action, comedy, drama, and romance. Yeah. It's called Marty Supreme by A24. I don't know if it has a trailer for us to watch, because they had us watch trailers before. But it's like a new Twitch bounty thing where they were like, hey, turn this on and read this. But I don't see anything where it gives us a trailer to watch. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out so I can fulfill the role. Oh, Air24 is a distributor I'll pay attention to. Okay. I don't see healers that have a job with how many people want to push 18s at midnight. True. They get to be the passenger princess as well, you know? They get to be the passenger princess as well. Your wife doesn't like Chalamet? Dude was so good. And then they're gonna have what is it? Doom Messiah? Oh, it's gonna be so good. And they absolutely like that's like the perfect like arc is one like book 1, book 2, and then just end the storyline there. It's like perfect. Because the other Dune movies get like they get really crazy. There's some like insane stuff going on. It gets really wild. It's such a good cinematic experience. Yeah. And I really liked at least the first couple Dune books. The first couple ones are pretty good. All right, let me get to a healer that heals. Let me go play the healer that heals. Yeah, God Emperor of Dune is like a very strange one. Act out a scene from the movie? Yeah, you want to act out the scene with me, Coffee? We'll do the knife fight. What do you think? Do our little knife salute too. You threatening me? What? No, I'm just asking, man. Just want to hang as buds. You know, a little friendly knife fight between the boys. Yeah. My lack of heals has Holy Priest vibing. It feels like the bones are there, just not the like numbers. Just not the numbers. It feels like you get really punished for having piety. Like Holy and Disc having piety feels like they just do less output. Druid is the good one so far, Dan. Yep. Yeah. Seems like I did it though. But yeah, W to Marty Supreme. I thought they had something more for us to do, but it looks like we did it. Yeah. What do they say? In theaters Christmas Day. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, man. It's never good. It's never good when you have to worry about being nerfed when you're already the best. Dude, I'm gonna be watching football on Christmas Day. Asmir, thank you for the 101 months. When going to the movie theater become a Christmas thing? When we stop going to church on Christmas Day, guys. I don't know, I guess so. I think maybe it's like a ploy in case people need to get away from family for a little bit or something like that. And they're like, all right, let's go to the movies. Yep. What's the football Christmas lineup? Christmas Day football games. Anno Domino 2025. Oh, Cowboys Commanders at noon. Let's go. I mean, my Commanders will probably get stomped, but yeah, well, that'll be a fun game. Lions and Vikings at 3. And then Broncos and Chiefs that night. Oh, Broncos and Chiefs with no Patrick Mahomes. The league is really nuts, man. The league is really nuts. Broncos country, let's ride. Don't watch the Lions game. The call will be crazy. Dude, the refs, I feel like, hate the Lions. I feel like they hate the Lions. Yep. Living in Detroit, tell me about it. I really like watching the Lions, but I swear they get so much stuff called back. As an Englishman, I don't understand anything you're saying. Bro, you just gotta come to America and watch a football game and have a nice big beer, Mixtopia. And you just gotta experience it. Yo, thank you, intern. You just get a big burger, big beer, just be vibing. Okay, well, hang on about American beer. mainstream American beer, like the Bud Light, Miller Light, you know, it's not the light beer that's good. You got to get like the craft beer. You got to get the like real beer. Okay. I'm sorry, but there's a bit of there's like the light beer mafia that gets overseas and then that gets, you know, exported to you guys. But like, that's not real beer. That's like fake beer. Okay. Nope. Nobody actually drinks that.
You received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but I have heard wondrous things about your
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the
I'm just saying the beer in the world, Golden Wolf, is worth all your fingerprints and data and social media history.
Ashers must have grown
Yeah.
wild while we were away. Please, if you
Oh shit.
clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
No, why? $281 is like just getting into mythic gear, just getting started basically. Oh wait, no, it's working now. Yeah, it's working, kind of, but not working on me. Okay, get me out of combat. Come on.
Perfect. We are just
Rejuvenation. There.
wait.
I cast Rejuve. I cast Rejuve. I cast Rejuve. Alright, it works. Wahoo.
What are you doing?
Weird.
It is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Oh, I do like Japanese beer. I'm with you on that one.
Please help us, new students.
Old Philip Rivers is good content. I only got to watch a bit of it, Billy, but hey, man. He nearly won that game coming off the couch. I was watching the game with my neighbor, and I was like, man, if Philip Rivers wins this, because we saw it at the very, very end, I'm like, if Philip Rivers actually won that game, he would go straight home and go conceive his, like, 11th child. That guy would be the fucking man at home. Be like, hell yeah. 44, I think is where he's at right now. Winning against one of the best defenses, potentially. It was close. It was pretty damn close. Look at that fat external on the frames. $44, 10 kids, 1 grandkid. I don't know. Good for him, though. Still a champ. Yeah, this is all Blizzard frame stuff. Yeah, it's infectious, right? Seen people who are like really, really into the game. So basically every element that you see in the default frames will be able to be manipulated to some extent with add-ons. So that big external icon, it's in the smack dab dead center of the frame, right? But an add-on could actually move that around. It actually could do that stuff. Yeah, I'm running the F-Flow talent because it's also a 30% buff on your F-Flow. And then it follows the tank around, or whoever you have it on. Usually the tank.
It appears some new students have trickled in after you. They seem interested in our
So the problem, especially for specs like Druid, is that you can't sort or blacklist or whitelist your buffs and debuffs. So you just get like vomit on the frames, basically. Like if I start stacking up all these hots, putting all this stuff on the tanks, you know, you have this like big pocket and you can't really control where everything is going. And then you add in like debuffs and externals and all the other stuff. It gets to be pretty messy. I think it also will show other people's externals in that position. Pretty sure it will. Shaman's like, I guess a little better, but a little bit less passive healing, a little more direct healing, but chain heal still sucks. I don't think it moves the needle like a ton. It's kind of like the right direction, right idea. Still just need to keep on iterating on it. With add-ons, you can make the debuffs and buffs and everything smaller. You can change their anchor position, but you can't blacklist, whitelist. Can't really like control any of that stuff. It helps a little bit, yeah, if you shrink him down. But I think it would also go super hard if they just allowed you to have a lot better control over what you want to have displayed and what you don't. DK still not require any healing? Last I checked, but it's kind of been a while since I've seen DKs in beta. Oh, DPS DK? Yeah. Yeah, they're super tanky. The healer damage. Kind of. Turn this off and click.
Use them to get her attention.
There we go.
At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
That's like the movie publisher for the sponsor, I believe. It's kind of like a new system, so I'm trying to figure it out too. Ah, I fucked up. Countdown instead of the icons being grayed out. Hopefully, but I think add-ons will also kind of fill in that niche. I'm pretty sure you can just let the add-ons do that kind of stuff. Because right now you can use Dandar's frames to just have numbers. And then you'll be chilling. Yeah. Thanks, Whale. Tanks like monks are now super accessible. They're actually very easy to play and tanky. Might get more people into it. I hope. Yeah, it is real bad. Yeah, so if you want colored numbers for your frames, you'll absolutely just be able to have add-ons do that for you. Yeah. They made a couple changes to the Big Bird. Oh, that was super delayed. I'm clicking on my frames. Yeah, I'm using Blizzard's like default click casting. It's okay. There's some limitations if you use a lot of mouse buttons, like a Razer Naga or something. Damn, Trank just pumps. I'm gonna be real, unless Blizz adds a GPS to the game that highlights the packs to pull and where to go, you won't see more tanks. Oh, we need like an autopilot tank helper. Yeah, that'll like highlight the route or something like that. You're cooking. I mean, the old solution to making people want to play tanks was just having them do insane amounts of damage with the vengeance mechanic. But then they got rid of that, and then, you know, tanks never recovered. I think the more healers thing is going to kind of depend on how the raid frames end up going. I think druids especially are going to be in like a struggle spot unless they do something about it. Because like trying to raid as a druid especially is like a nightmare with these frames. There it is. You're right about the ratio issue. All the more reason to have 10-man raiding. Teams will be forced to have more tanks. The game will be forced to have more tanks. Two tanks, two healers, two DPS for dungeons. WoW 2 like Overwatch 2. If anything, I think we're gonna go into like WoW 3 or WoW 4 or something like that. But definitely some kind of new age for the game. Yeah. Oof.
of the Blue Dragonflight accidentally
I know, Vivi.
loaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus.
RDruid to Sylvie gameplay? The Flutterfly mechanic makes it feel quite a bit different. There's definitely like some principles, like having, you know, hot gameplay and everything like that, but they feel pretty different in terms of their actual like application and stuff. I feel like a big part of playing Sylvie is like the GCD and the time it takes you to sort of like the time between each global or between each cast. I think is like really, really noticeable. And you don't really have that as much with Druid. Druid feels like you're just kind of constantly casting, hit an instance. Wrong button. I haven't seen any changes for Prop Alley, to be honest. Caster DPS would be worse than Cat DPS, but your damage in general is so bad, I don't think it really matters that much.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you for the 14 months, Fifi. HPriest got a little bit better after they gave it some buffs, but you still have to like your baseline level is kind of like just moderate healing. In order to like reach high levels of healing, you have to cast Holy Lights. And then that just burns your mana down really hard. So it's not like my favorite gameplay wise, but it's not my favorite gameplay wise, and it's certainly not as powerful as Resto Druid is. But it seems like that's their vision and that's what they want to do. Yeah. They have done pretty good at trying to drop a lot of passive heals for the spec, but it also still feels like Paladin has an insane amount. So, yeah, I would say Druid's still king right now. Yeah, they made it a bit better, Cabs. Your spenders feel stronger after the changes that they made. You're just still in the same situation where you have to cast Holy Lights whenever there's like really huge amounts of damage. And so it's kind of a game because you want to make sure that you are casting it as little as you need to or as little as you have to. So that your mana is going to be in like a good spot. Tired of Druid being good every X-Pack? Yeah, I really wish like a healer like Disc would be good for once. Oh shit, we're going in. Yeah, where's the Disc seasons, man? They just don't exist. For once, are you kidding? Yes, chat. Holy shit. Christ. Some of y'all not too good with sarcasm, are you? Alright, I gotta joke less. Nobody gets it when I'm joking. Luxo hasn't gotten a good patch. Well, they were in the MDI with that, like, one really synergistic comp. Yeah, Holy Priest has been the least meta healer. They had a, like, flash concentration, like, brief moment. Real brief moment. But they weren't even really brought for their healing. They were brought for, like, PI, you know? Evoker had season 1 of Dragonflight. I think it was like second most represented healer in like title level keys. So, I don't know. Slightly ahead of where Holy Priest is, but both of them are like very, very, very poor historically in keys. Oof, that healer damage. Oh, that healer damage. Yo, what's going on, Shane? Hey, they were the 46 months, dude. Better be careful, the trash mobs could be jealous of that damage. I know, seriously. Seriously. Healer meta, if everything stayed right now, probably Druid is king. Yeah. I don't think there's any other healer that does better for the HPS checks and brings a good raid buff. I think healer damage across the board is like an entire like non-event, non-issue. So it would really be like who brings good healing and crowd control and raid buffs that actually are like beneficial for the team. Yeah. And that's Druid. Pretty easily. Yeah, definitely press for raids. Definitely press for raids. I do just as much damage as a frost elemental. We'll be able to see, actually. Oh, does he not have a frost ellie or anything? Because it would show his pet at the bottom. Lame. Ah, lame. Well, healers are also... You have some room for like whichever healer is the most HPS, and then you have to fill in your raid buffs. So healer meta is also kind of mixed in that regard. Can make healer damage good. 90% of them don't even know how to heal properly, let alone deal damage. Oh my goodness. Which spec does World First bring to get Diva Aura? Exactly. Well, it depends, you know, because if there was ever like a real ret season, or if Prop Pally ended up being good, or Spell Bop ended up being good, you know. Yeah, you get a lot of opportunities in raid for the entire raid to stack for high damage moments, and Dream Breath is really going to be carrying super hard too, which would be nice. That'd be really, really nice. What would be a good dungeon to do? Yeah, let's do Pit. Nope, I use Cell on live right now, Vidici. On beta right now, I've been using just default UI. Just been using the default UI. Plus 100. I think I swapped a Cell in mid-Dragonflight. Yeah. I think that's around the time I did it. Yeah, I agree, Jim. I don't think Shaman felt weak. It was like probably like above average. Holy Priest would be like below average. Pally Disc kind of average. Monk kind of average. So I think Shaman was like a little above average. Drew was definitely way above average. But you're right, just kind of boring. There needs to be, I think, like one other passive or one other talent you have to like think about or play around. It's like a 4 out of 10 in terms of actual like thought required when you're playing the spec. And I think it needs to go like a little bit further. A little bit more thought required. Should still shave my head though. One of these days. One of these days after 5 years, 6 years, something like that, of advocating for it. My God, it might even be longer. Yeah, and they like buffed Healing Wave the same amount as they buffed Chain Heal. So Chain Heal still feels worse by a large margin to cast than Healing Wave. Yep, default Blizz frames. What spec needs the most thought? In keys, probably Prez. I feel like, yeah, probably Prez. God, I don't even remember, Jim. It was a lifetime ago. It might have been something like that, though. Yeah, when I started going into like higher dungeons as well, Relics, trying to use Chain Heal to top people off, even when I was running like Flow of the Tides and every single chain heal modifier I could stack, it still felt like really, really poor. And it, you know, just cost a bunch of mana in the process. So, whole bunch of fun. 10 years younger than me, if you don't remember, we're doomed. We're definitely doomed. We're definitely doomed. Oh, man. HPal doomed? Getting there. It's feeling it. We're feeling it. It seems like they're gonna want to go live just casting Holy Lights. Heal wave with a single Whispering Waves is more total healing than a chain heal. Yeah, I would imagine so. They put a substantial buff on healing wave. I think they nerfed Whispering Waves a little bit. It went from like 15% of healing to like 10%. But yeah, it's still a rough spot. Yeah, there's not many on beta right now. Played with you a decade ago in Incarnate. Glad to see all your success. Holy shit. Thanks, Kasik. I am actually back in Incarnate too, man. Went all over the place and then went home. Let me run and get some water real fast. I'll be right back though. All right. We are back at it. Where are the tanks? Oh, where are the tanks? The second big CD keys when you can't stack. Healing Touch should have been a choice with SLT, not a sentence. Huh. Ruin Whispering Waves for 80% of the community. Ah, the current community. Ah, because it's the Shaman. The current. I see you. I see you. Oh my god, we got a tank. We got a tank. Let's go. Alright, to the pit. SLT, I mean, you lose your only meaningful group DR? Yep. If people stacking it. I had it actually in this dungeon when I was playing on my Shaman. And we had like 2 lich looking dudes and they were pulsing tons of damage. And I dropped Slink and everybody is right outside of it. And I was just trying to like get everybody to get convinced to go stand in it. What a nightmare. Alright, we got a squad. Yeah, literally just like, please. I'm surprised they haven't added any new pings either. I want like a customizable ping wheel where I can choose if I want to have a warning or an on my way or an attack or something. Or like more specific ones like stack or spread, you know? That's right, Bamboozle. I like this dungeon setup a lot. The rotation's been pretty good. I think they did a much better job with like the rotation this time around. Because there's no dungeon I've done so far that I feel like I hate or don't enjoy or anything like that. Kind of bored of Algathar, but I've just, you know, just done it a lot. It's not a bad dungeon or anything. One priest expect to be good in raid. I'll do my damnedest, Storm. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in bad shape too, man. I cannot tolerate another like Mana Forge Omega. This stuff is the worst. Yeah, I mean, why not get a question mark, Wob? You know? Why not get a question mark? Crumble without you? Nexus King was cursed? Dude, I was so tilted during Nexus King. Like, I knew 100% it was the right reason, you know, Priest is not that good. But I was like, I want to be in! I'm fucking scratching on the doors. I'm sure I was, like, annoying as fuck to the officers, too. But I'm like, I want to be in! I want to heal the characters! And, like, I feel like I'm so much worse at boss fights if I don't prog them either. And so, like, you know, I wasn't, like, dying, but I'm like, I don't know, I'm not doing as, like, well as I could be doing. Yeah. I will say, I don't think... I really do want to ride or die Priest into Prague. But if a spec's that bad and we're 3 healing a fight or something like that, I'm like, shit, man, I might as well just roll Fodham. I don't know. That's one thing I'm actively like thinking about for next expansion. But like, I just do not want to be in a fucking situation like that again. I hate it. They were right to do it. No flame to them, you know. But like, I wanna be in. PROG. I don't want to. I mean, I don't know anything about Prague. Maybe it's nice. But I want to be in the progress. Old man healing, you miss Prague and you're a potato? Yeah. Healing raid Prague owns. I live for it, dude. Shit's fun.
this quarry on your own.
Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy M+ healing, but if I could just prog heal all the time on stream, I don't know, I might do that instead. But finding, you know, like, we're gonna find a one guild to raid with at noon on a weekday, and then my main guild in the evening, and that might get a little bit too much. Eventually, I'm sure I'll get bored. But yeah, man, that's the phones. Raid and progressively harder bosses, yeah. It's my jam, dude. I mean, that's what I did back in WoD, is I finished raid prog with Incarnate back then. And then I found another group that I could raid with on my DK. And I asked them, I was like, hey, like, can I prog as like DPS DK? I prog as a healer. So I know all the fights, I know all the mechanics. They're like, we'll see. And then, you know, I learned DK well enough to play with them. And then they lost their tank, and I was like, oh, I'll play Blood DK. Let me play Blood DK. And Blood had Breath of Sindragosa back then. And so it was all about trying to maintain your Breath of Sindragosa as long as you possibly could. That shit owned. It really owned. What are the data mine just changes? It's like numbers up to one thing and numbers down to another thing. I didn't look at what specific effects they did. Either way, numbers aren't final. Didn't look like they were huge number changes either. Some of the number changes were nerfing like the shadow damage and dot damage at a Void Weaver, which is weird. They were strong, but it's not like they were really carrying the spec. Prot and Holy to be good so you can raid heal and then tank and plus. There you go. I personally love it when Prot Pally is good. They fill in all the weak spots as a priest healer. Full bias and everything. It's super fun when Prot Pally's good and you get to play priest. Fill the weak spots of the group, namely kicks? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Spec icons? Dude, we're making some big improvements. The UI's coming together. We'll be ready for release. There you go. It's almost on par where we were in mid-vanilla. Let's go! Oh, man, that would be such a great video of, like, comparing the average UI to, like, where Blizzard's at and giving it, like, a score based on the expansion. That would be sick. How far do we backslide? Yeah. Wrath UI was peaking. So many add-ons, I could hardly see your character during raid. You have the like SCO spaceship UI. You have the weather and everything going on too. Oh yeah, I didn't reset it. Yep, because it doesn't break up your logs based on the dungeon that you're doing either. So you can't see the overall for Pit of Sauron or whatever it is. Oh, I'll go get it. That's right. Gotta do whatever I can to get ahead. Yo, take it easy, Helios. Oh, that's a good gateway. I was wondering how he'd get across. Bro, I'm going so far. Oh my god. Oh no, please. Should have added their in-game version, let the current ones go live. Yeah, it would have been nice. But we're past that point now, unfortunately. And like all we can do, right, is just try to make the best out of it. I think the best thing that they could possibly do is set like more constraints, and like every single add-on has like different specific features to it that everybody wants to have, right? There's a damage meter, and we want to be able to see how much damage you did to this target. There's raid frames, and we want to be able to see our HOTS in a specific order every single time and have consistency there. We want to be able to blacklist debuffs, whatever it might be. There's all these different features, and we don't know if Blizzard's going to add them or not, or going to figure them out or not. So I wish they would really just like sit down with the developers of the add-ons, say, here's what we're going to eventually have our UI do. You guys are going to be allowed, we'll change the API or whatever. We'll let you guys change it. We'll let you guys do it. Cool. And then just let them have it, you know? Even if Blizzard's a little bit late to develop those tools for midnight, you know, they'll eventually do it. Let add-ons do it. We're good. Yo, what up, Jug? Yeah, it's kind of funny because I don't see any of this. It's like a Twitch sponsor thingy. Let me see. Oh my god. It changes everything around. How's it look in theater mode? Can you still... you can like X out of it when you're in full screen. It's not too bad. Yeah, Twitch changed around their like bounty board where like they offer you sponsors for stuff. So I'd never messed around with it. It's a movie. It's a movie coming out by the same people who directed Uncut Gems. watch that movie, to be honest. It's odd because usually whenever they do movie trailers, they like have us watch the trailer for the movie. They didn't do it this time, so I don't know. Everyone blames the devs for the changes. They're just the people who implement the features. Feel bad for them sometimes. Yeah, they're, you know, they're the work and file crew, you know? I'm sure that they're probably in the same boat as well, like reading some of the feedback and reading some of the anger going on in the community about add-ons, as they're just trying to fill in the gap, and, you know, they were just told, do it, get it done. Wow, it doesn't even deal much damage. Druish! Yo, thank you for the 92 months. That's right, they were just following orders. Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders. There we go. Every bad change comes from the same design process as the good ones. Worst timeline is the one where they try to stop trying new things. I always was told that there were two different teams. There was the team that makes the good changes, there's the team that makes the bad changes. And they would trade off expansions. You remember that conspiracy theory? There needs to be like a good term for it. The like long-term WoW conspiracy theories that people would have. I guess the like WoW for console thing is kind of in that boat too. Yeah, I was like, well, Team 2 is the name for like the Blizzard team, the like World of Warcraft team at Blizzard. That's what they just call it. It's just Team 2. Yeah, I like these bosses so far. It's like a lot of heal, a lot of rot fights. These diseases are kind of annoying because they like reduce tanks' overall HP. It's coming Xbox next year, the for sure console Xbox, not a PC and an Xbox trench coat. Yeah, well, Microsoft's financial reports. Sorry, I'm gonna go nerdy on you. Basically, people have stopped buying Xboxes, just in general. Like Xbox hardware revenue has been going down for a long time. So it seems like they're basically just making the Xbox into a computer, and then that computer can run Xbox games and also PC games. And it's not like there's any console exclusivity anyway. Like the console wars are like dead. They don't like exist anymore. So like, yeah, the new Xbox will run WoW, but it'll also basically just be a computer. So yeah. Calling it now, there won't be consoles by the time WoW comes to console. Yeah, exactly. Basically Moonrazer, yeah. I don't know which one was first, actually. But I think the new Xbox and the Steam box were, like, announced at, like, the same time, or really close to it. Yeah. Does anybody know how much they said that the new Xbox was going to cost? I am kind of curious what they said the price would be. Does a Switch fit into that theory? Well, I guess there still is like Switch exclusivity, right? I don't think we're playing WoW on the Switch. Was it actually over $1,000? Holy shit, for the Xbox PC? Oof. Damn, I can't do anything to this guy. And just kick. Whew. Wait, our entire group has res except for the tank. That's crazy. Ooh, no! Good night. Yep. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we did it. Nice. Where's the floor? It's gone. It's gone. Shaman got to keep their kick because of history, you know? So it's like a really hand-wavy thing. If stuff existed at a certain time and Blizzard would be like, oh, well, it deserves to stay that way. That's a goofy fight, dude. It's a goofy fight. Moved everything else from Shaman? Yeah, but that doesn't count. But the kick, though, yeah, that counts. I don't know. Like, if we're talking history, I would love to have Fear Ward back, man. Shaman needed a button to press. These are the guys that actually deal real damage. I don't know when this damage is supposed to start, though. Under 50%. Oh, okay. I wonder if it's crafted or something, Luca. I don't know. Actually, there is one. Am I wearing it? Yeah, the Eye of Midnight. Is that what it is? Because there is a PvE ring you get from the vendor, and it's like a cantrip ring. Yeah, it's on the like tier set vendor or whatever it is. Change your filters. You might be in, oh, is it on the trinket vendor? Okay. Sometimes with any of those gear vendors, if you're like, I don't know, spec'd into a healer or something like that, it won't show certain pieces that you could still wear though. So. It's on one of those PvE vendors for sure though. Nice.
Heroes, to me!
Intruders have entered the Master's domain. Signal the alarms.
Heroes, we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
I shall not fail the Lich King. Come and meet your end. Such a shameful display. You are better off dead.
Okay with these dungeons? Think it'd be a banger season? Yeah. I don't think there's any dungeon that I actively like hate or anything along those lines. I'm a little bored of Algathar, but I'm sure DPS players love it. It's a little bit of a snoozer dungeon, I feel like, as a healer, but I've also just done it a million times. Technically, that one I froze should be the one we run to, but if we're not already in position for it, I don't want an ad to be all the way across the room, you know? So we're not going to bother that. State of Disc, good, bad. It's getting better, especially from a raid perspective. Like, really, really good from a raid perspective. The output is not the highest. Like, you're not better than like Prez right now, for example. But the design's a lot better for setting up your healing in large quantities for, you know, atonement output and stuff. In keys, I feel like it's just a tuning issue right now. I feel like they just need to make number go up, basically. I'm just fucking dead.
Wish you had lasted
Like,
a little longer.
did I wild charge that or something? I don't know if I did or I was already on cooldown. I don't know. Yeah, you still gotta choose between barrier and uppies. Yep. I mean, they basically did remove uppies if you think about it. Basically did remove uppies. You just like pushed into running barrier. That'd be nice if they like made uppies really, really strong and so that was going to be like worth using. But at a 4-minute cooldown, it's just so difficult to do it. It's just so difficult to do it properly. I'll give this one a try. Back to Healer Midnight after I quit a year ago. Pray for my sanity. You got this. You got this, big dog. Yeah, you gotta choose between uppies and barrier. Let's see if we can do it this time.
What a disappointment you are.
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead. Better off dead. Such a shameful display. You are better off dead.
Oh, that was smooth. DK took the DH took the portal and then made sure that the leap was right there. Yeah, I feel like Disc has so much output coming from their void shields. It gets kind of tough. It feels like it gets kind of tough to be able to have enough atonement healing with how much like power they put into the Apex talents. But it also could just be like the atonement modifier they have for dungeons is not as strong as it ought to be. I'm not 100% sure what the story is with it. So, something's weird. Something's weird. Disc should be doing more atonement healing and everything in there. But it currently isn't.
Damn you! The Frost Queen is gone. We must keep moving. Our objective is near.
Alright, GG's Frosty. Put themselves in a pickle because they want 99% of the time to make Apex worth taking. You're right. And it's frustrating because I feel like for healers, we don't really need to have Apex talents, you know? Some of them work out pretty well. Like, I think the Prez one is really, really good. I think the Prez one is, like, really, really strong. Like, huge fan of it. I mean, you take basically an ability they pruned, and then, you know, you get it back into your kit, and it feels pretty satisfying. I don't know. Maybe they just needed to, like, base more of the Apex talents around abilities. I mean, I feel like it works kind of well for Life Bloom, right? Better single target healing. Although I'm not a big fan of this Ever Bloom one. I'm sure it's fine in, like, raids and everything like that, but in keys, I don't want to have, like, a huge amount of my healing just splashing all over the place. Disc still alive. Want to get back from the game and play with it. They made some excellent changes for disc and raids. In keys, the bones are there. Like, it doesn't play bad. I think they just need to make the numbers go up. And we have plenty of time for that to happen. Seems like the healing is just a little weak. You feel that way for the tank Apex? It's mostly damage. They stacked mastery on it or 20% extra fist DPS. Yeah. I am kind of curious as to what tanks think about their Apex talents as a whole. Do you feel like they actually are adding anything into your gameplay or anything like valuable to the equation? Oh, honestly, and Druid also has a nice one with Everbloom. Bursting multiple times can trigger your verdancy for you. Like, verdancy doesn't do that much, right? But it's still kind of a cool gameplay mechanic that you can manipulate. Where is verdancy here? It probably just ends up being a lot of tank healing, though. If I had to guess. Chad, am I missing verdancy? What the hell? Is it bugged? Or maybe it's just included under FLO? 3 whole ass months? Yep. Don't worry, I'll keep you guys company. Yeah, maybe it's like the drop down under FLO or something. Yeah, this is looking good. Needs more numbers for keys, though, as a... Yep. Needs more numbers for keys. Brew and guard feel like you want to fill out the regular tree for defense. See, I wish it was just viable to do that with some of the healers. Like, if I could do that with, like, Holy Priest, I would love to do that. But then they attach an overall healing increase to it. And they do the same thing with Disc. They attach, like, a damage and healing setup to that as well. It's like, ugh. Great. If you want good 64 gig memory, it's $900. Holy shit, dude. I mean, okay, so from what I understand, OpenAI ordered like a shit ton of RAM and stuff, right? That they don't have the money to pay for. And they're trying to get the government to like bail them out and also pay for it. Do I have that understanding right? That's who knows if that happens or not. But then they can't keep ordering more stuff if they don't have the money or equity or whatever it is to put it down. So like eventually they're just going to try to like buy stuff or, you know, do another big deal, and they just don't have any money to like money or anything that people want. Yeah, they brought up this production for a year, but they haven't paid for it though. Yeah. I think Atonement just needs to have more output behind it, McNasty. I think the playstyle's fun, but you have so much output out of your Void Shields. It's kind of insane. Uppies is Ultimate Penitence. It's your, you fly up in the air with your big wings and stuff like that. So we call it Uppies. It's easy to forget about because it's a 4-minute cooldown. Yeah, Resto definitely. Our Druid feels like it has unlimited healing for sure. SK Hynix is going to be a crucial AI company only now? Yeah, I heard about that too. But, I think this is the build I'm usually running. Yeah. But yeah, you can see you have the choice between barrier or uppies. You fly up in the air, you start raining down penance bolts. Bought a new laptop, 5070 Ti with 32 gigs, Ryzen 9, and it was a little over $1,500 to go from 32 to 64 gigs with an additional $700. Oh my god. I don't think there's any other healing cooldown that's longer than 4 minutes. Heart of the Wilds, but it's kind of not really a healing cooldown. Isn't that 5 minutes? Yeah, I'm glad I got my PC when I did this summer. Like, seeing the prices that people had for that stuff, I just could not believe. Is Army of the Dead like a hard 6? Because isn't there like cooldown reduction or something for it? Or is that not a thing? That's true. Lay on Hands is the longest healing cooldown. Because even if you spec into all the cooldown reduction for it, it's still going to be like maybe 5 minutes. But I think it's usually longer. Because you still have, I think you still have the talent with like the spenders reduce the cooldown. Something like that. So. I keep answering you, Essa. I don't know if you're hearing me or not. This is looking good in raids. Need some more output for keys. CD reduction on uppies per penance bolt? Yeah, that's not a thing. Yep. It used to have like a supporting talent underneath it, and they just got rid of that entirely. So it no longer will like apply atonements to anybody or anything like that. No. 9 dual kits of DD5s. Yeah, might as well, man. See what you can get. See what you can get out of it. It feels like Monk just doesn't do enough healing. It has like a lot of different healing sources, but it feels like overall it's like, I think they went overboard with the Emperor's Legacy nerf. Only having 20% additional healing and forcing your Shayloons to be single target feels like it was like way too much of a nerf. It was definitely OP at the like 120% or whatever they had it at before. That shit was ridiculous. Yeah. But I think tuning across the board is still really unequal. And we have raid testing on Friday, and I think people will see firsthand. So I'm not too worried about tuning as long as like, if a spec's behind, it's really behind. And that's, you know, that's fine in this environment right now because it'll be really, really noticeable, you know? It'll be really, really noticeable as to like how that's going to happen. What I want to find is like, I want to find a good way to see ticking damage on the entire group. Because what we did last expansion is we went into Frostfire Ridge. And I'm going to see if I can try this again. Because we went into, I guess it was WAD, wasn't it? WAD land. No, that's the wrong one. Draenor. There we go. We went to Frostfire Ridge and we just kind of like camped out in the fire. And we tested out healing. But I think there's got to be like a different environment or a better environment or something like that to test it. Yeah, exactly, Shadowfold. So I got to see like where is going to deal like a lot of ticking damage to people. And a couple months from now, We'll just do like a straight up healer test. We'll just do like a big straight up healer test. Waiting for prop alley tuning? Yeah, I think everybody is. I think everybody is. It may be. I mean, the longer it takes for a spec to really get changes, sometimes it's at least indicative of them getting a rework of some kind. Yeah. Yeah, but we'll have to do that again. Each non-uppies bolt reduce the CD of uppies. I think that would be viable, not break the game. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different ways they could do it. I think my dream would be add something. You know, add something that'll allow you to reduce the cooldown and just make uppies more of like a 5-man talent and then have barrier as a raid talent, because then you could have evangelism and uppies as reliable healing cooldowns. Nerf red so they close the Discord. True. Oh yeah, I'm just wrapping up, Milky. I appreciate it though. But we will be doing a lot more tomorrow for sure as well. I'm just making sure I got everybody's questions in. Any healer drastically different? Prez is probably the most changed. They got rid of Spirit Bloom. They rolled it into your Apex talent. They got rid of Engulf and they just made it a passive where you Burden Embrace onto a target with Dream Breath. I think they did a good job, yeah. So your only empower abilities are Fire Breath and Dream Breath. And Dream Breath actually does like really good like burst healing if you fully empower it. So it kind of feels like there's a place to like fully empower Dream Breath and there's a place to like one stack Dream Breath. And it's kind of the best of both. Yeah, I moved here, I don't know, like 2 months ago, something like that. You know? I think it's a little bit easier to play, yeah. I built this display case the other day. It's supposed to light up. It's supposed to light up. Yeah! I don't know how much I'm gonna have it lit up all the time. But I gotta get some stuff in the bottom. I gotta start loading up the rest of the case. I almost feel like it's better to see it when the lights go off. But I can also make it a warmer light too. Yeah, I did that. Set up the Christmas tree. Joe Abercrombie book? Yes. So this is what I finished lately. As you can see, it's kind of frayed a little bit, but I finished Best Served Cold, and I'm reading The Heroes right now, and I love it. It's so good. I'm on day 3. It's so damn good. But I'm just gonna put like whatever book I've read in like the background here. Find a little spot for it or something. You can have like 3 different kinds of lights. It's definitely my favorite so far, Mod. Yeah. It's definitely my favorite so far. But I have like a billion books, but I have all my library in my living room. I guess I could put it at like the bottom of the display case, but I was thinking about, I don't know. I'll have to like collect more stuff at conventions because I've been to a billion conventions and like 8 or 9 BlizzCons or something, but I'm not used to actually having that much space, you know? Hey, then, Vanguard. Oh, yeah, Jug. Let me show you something. Seraphita got me the leather-bound edition of The Way of Kings. And it's got pretty pictures. It's got very pretty pictures. Yeet. There's a lot of it, actually. All throughout this book, too. Get to see the Roshar system. Yeah. They have a secret bookcase, yep. Yeah, she got the Kickstarter for it. She gifted it to me. So good. So I had it shrunk wrap forever, you know? Until I found like an actual like case and stuff to put it in. Oh, you know why Heroes by Joe Abercrombie is my favorite though? Because it's the only book of his that I've read so far that actually has a map I love it when books actually have like a physical, like a map of like, here's where you're going and like, here's where the characters are. And nothing in the First Law trilogy had any maps. Like, I'm like, where are they going? No idea. Had no clue. Did the illustrations take away from my perceived imagery? I didn't see the illustrations until later. So to be honest, it kind of like makes it better because I have something in my head as to how things look. And then I get to see the art, the official art and everything like that. So I kind of like it. Sometimes I like looking up the fan art for books and just like what people perceive characters to look like. You did, Tisley. It's at the beginning of the VOD if you want to check it out, though. I'm just kind of doing some Q&A at the end. End of the day, if you got anything. Yeah. Hey, you got plenty of time for the Stormlight Archive, because they still have, like, what, 4 or 5 years till the next series, till the rest of the series starts coming out. So, take your time, enjoy it. Sounds good, Ty. Yeah, it's really cool with Heroes right now because there's an entire like valley and it's, you know, the battle between two forces and everything. And they basically show it progressively by each day. Where is everybody moved? Where is everybody positioned at, you know? Tell us your feedback about Mistweaver. I think that after... Let me look at the talent names. Let me look at the talent names so I don't forget. Nah, I only have the Way of Kings leatherbound. Only the Way of Kings. I feel like the nerf for Emperor's Favor went way too far, only being at 20%. And it kind of feels like a lot of monk spells just like don't do enough healing. I like how Spirit Font works. I like how the heal can be activated just through like Thunder Focus Tea and everything. But it just feels like Shaylun's a little too weak at the moment. I don't know if Legacy of Wisdom was also properly cleaving everybody, but it, you know, the way it is set up, it should be hitting basically the entire party. It didn't really feel like that when I was testing it, so I don't know if that was a bug or what. But basically, it is cleaving? Okay. Yeah. Basically, I just feel like I would prefer it if Emperor's Favor was the meta, and then you could like... If you needed to AoE heal, you could, you know, Thunder Focus Tea into like an envelop and kind of spread around your, what is it, the healing aspect of your Aspect of Harmony. It feels like that would be like more fun. I haven't seen Blood Decays, man. Left talent is so bad. Yeah, it just feels like neither of these are that powerful, and I wish they were a little bit more powerful. Yeah. The Crackling Jade, I mean, got like pretty severely nerfed. Yeah. Crackling Jade got pretty severely nerfed. Well, Dance, I feel like, was always like the RNG of like whether or not it procs when you need the healing, you know? And usually whenever you have enough targets to be spinning a lot, usually if you need to do like a ton of extra output, you would just like hit a cooldown or hit GG or something. Take it easy, Jug. Fist weaving a thing for rating? Nah, it's still like what they did is they gave you 2 talents, Dak. So one of them, basically your damage turns into healing, your Way of the Crane, Tiger Palm hits twice, Blackout Kick strikes an additional 2 targets, and Spinning Crane Kick heals 3 allies for 120% of the damage done. And then you take this and then you spec into Jadefire Teachings. So you do damage, turn it into healing, right? The other option is Way of the Serpent, where you're soothing and crackling Jade. You can cast on the move. You do more Shaylun's healing, and Renewing Mist does more healing as well. Or your Vivify does more healing in this case. And so basically you have to like kind of choose between like caster stuff or fist weaving type stuff. Yeah. Harmony. What, Celestial Harmony? Chi Cocoons, 4 stacks of teaching of the monastery. I didn't even know it actually applied 4 stacks, to be honest. Is that what you're talking about, Lobu? I isn't very happy about the whole choose one talent. You suddenly become caster or melee. What was her opinion about it? J Lightning got nerfed because it used to be 2,000% more damage, but only after a Thunder Focus Tea. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Master of Harmony versus Conduit. Oh, okay. I thought Master of Harmony was still the best option. Need to get the Words of Radiant Leatherbound. Is it available right now? Oh, shit. It actually is. So is it at a Kickstarter now? This project has been fulfilled, yeah. So I'd have to buy it from a third party. Shit. Oh, wait, he actually has Words of Radiance. I assume the Dragonsteel book is the official site, right? Words of Radiance, leatherbound, signed. Wait, he has the Well of Ascension, Mistborn, the Final Empire. Whoa, dang, he actually has a lot of books in leatherbound. Damn. I mean, this does kind of fulfill the dream I have for like a really, really nice study. Ooh. That is kind of the dream. I might have to, Josh. I'm going to check in on that. See if Santa brings me something. Yeah. Yeah, if you're ever interested in different like builds or anything like that, in my Discord, I put up all of my beta builds, all the talent builds I've been playing with. These are just some of the things that I liked. I wrote up a little bit on like how they play, what's going on with them, what they're doing. Yeah, at the beginning of the VOD Enders, if you wanted to rewind, I was playing Shaman at the start for 2 hours or so. But yeah, if you're on beta, you want to yoink any builds or anything like that, all this stuff's here. The default UI that I've been using is also here if you want to yoink that. Save yourself a little bit of time. But it's a midnight beta resources in my Discord. Yep. But yeah, I'm heading off for the night. The VOD is going to have, of course, Shaman, then Holy Priest, then Druid gameplay if you want to check that out. And then I am going to chill and work on some videos and then make dinner. Convert retail talents to the new ones. I thought they kind of did. Well, they did a bunch of pruning too. Hit me up on Discord if you have questions and stuff, Anders. I'm about to head off for the night, but I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. And I don't know, maybe I'll play some more Pally tomorrow. Not sure. Ooh, maybe I'll do like a fun tier list as well. Because we are kind of getting into that point where it is a little more mature. Remind me tomorrow. I'm gonna give that some thought. All right. Thanks for all the love today, guys. I'll catch you all tomorrow. We'll get on to a little bit of Pally. Maybe I'll do some more brainstorming for how a fun tier list might look. All right. Thank you for all the love today, friends. I'll catch you all later.